Sandra all the time is here with a cold heart true. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. So tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama, call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra.
That's right, folks. Everyone is telling their mama about the cold hard truth. Welcome to another episode with more truth-telling, more problem-solving, and of course, more tea spilling than ever before. Sit back, students, grab your tea and turn up the volume because class is now in session. Call in at 936-2626 because your voice matters. Share your opinion on issues that matter the most to you. All right. Good morning, K-Man. How's everybody doing? Happy Monday. Mm, mm, mm. What a beautiful day to be alive. Let me just get the link started for our Instagram, folks. Good morning, everybody over on Instagram. Then we are going to do a couple more things from there. Hold on one quick second. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, Bob. Everybody doing okay? Oh my gosh, I have so much to tell you guys today. Oh, what a hot mess. All right, we're gonna get it here in just a second. So lots happened over the weekend. Let me see here now. Just 1 second for me. Big shout out to public health. Go get your COVID vaccines, honey child. I got mine on Saturday. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. Good to go. Some new variants still floating around out there. It's flu season coming up, and we're traveling. So guess what? When you travel, you pick up all kind of germs, honey child. I, for one, I'm going to be desanitizing, washing my hands, trying not to catch anything. Yeah, boosting my immune system, taking stuff from my poor little tummy, because no doubt that will be upset. All right, let me also, while I'm at it, grab the links for the news channel. A lot of you still aren't following that news channel, honey chill. Y'all like, Sandy, I don't understand it. I'll explain it to you later on. So make sure you stay in tune with what's happening. Very important, because there's a lot going on. Hurricane Milton headed for Florida. Oh my gosh. We are praying for our poor friends in Florida, because this storm ain't no joke. I mean, after all, they just got hit by a storm. It's like, no. What more can they take? Oh my gosh, it's crazy. It really is like, OMG. Can't believe it. So a lot of students are in the path for sure. It looks like Tampa is in the Kona possibility. Still a little bit too early. If you're in Florida, please note that Cayman Airways is making arrangements for you to get out today. Now, there's some people there who are hoeing and humming. Sandy, I don't know if I'm ready. Listen, Cayman Airways is not your personal vessel, okay? So this is how it's going to work, honey chat. You ready or not? Today is going to be the day. They put on additional flights. If you need to get out, you need to get out. You can't make a last minute decision and expect the national airline is going to be at your women fancy and that they're going to be able to assist you after a certain point. Because first of all, the airport is closing tomorrow. Tampa International Airport. They've already made the call and they've notified the airlines that ahead of this storm, they are closing. Now, they might not have made a public announcement yet, but rest and assure the airlines have sources that you do not when it comes to, FAA and the airports and travel. So, I have it on very, very good authority that Tampa International Airport has already advised them of closures. So what that means is you will have no options to get out after today, from what I'm told. Today is Monday, right? So let me just reiterate that you can't wait until the last minute to decide what you're doing and then think anybody else is going to be accommodating you. Get out of the way of the storm. It's coming Wednesday morning. People need to prepare. They need to secure the airport. What a mess. Poor Florida. Getting hammered this year. And I hate to say it, but, not only are we concerned about our own friends and family there, we're concerned about everybody. That last storm, I'm still shocked at the number of people that died. Over 100 people died because of Hurricane Helene. And I got to be honest with you, I didn't see that coming. Honestly. I thought, they'll get a little bit of flooding, a little bit of rain, nothing too serious. And look, my goodness, the second deadliest storm in U.S. history. Wow. That was a shocker for me. So the bottom line, folks, is don't take this storm or any hurricane lightly. you have got to be prepared to make your movements. Actually, oh my God. I was just going to try to get you guys the latest death toll. It's now 227. Oh my God. Wow. It probably might be the deadliest storm here shortly. How many people died as a result of Katrina? I'm trying to remember where we are at in terms of numbers, but 227, the death toll has risen to as of yesterday, because there were still more people missing. My God. And so, of course, Hurricane Milton now headed towards Florida. Ay. Some $30 billion so far. Just unbelievable. All right, so Caymanian students, go to University of Tampa, University of South Florida, Hillsborough Community College, wherever you are in that area. Please come home. Move. I don't know where you're going to move because the cone of possibility is pretty wide. But you need to get out of far. I can't even say keep going in Florida. I can't even say go to Central Florida because the way these storms operate now, they go so far inland and still cause significant flooding and significant damage. Between $10.5 to $17.5 billion of insured losses alone in the state of Florida. This is going to be devastating on so many different levels. But of course, the loss of life is the most devastating of all. I saw a family and a set of twins, being the youngest that succumbed to the storm. They said that the storm, I think it was a tree that fell into the house or something on top of the bed where the mother and the babies were. Oh my God, so sad. Ugh, just breaks your heart. Oh, my apologies. Katrina killed 1,300 plus people. Oh gosh, yes, no comparison there. Thank you for that fact. I couldn't remember, Wow. Yeah, that was devastating for sure. All right. Somebody says our house insurance is going to triple after this hurricane season. I know. Totally not looking forward to it. So listen, let me advise you, if you are a parent, if you are a student, there is a group which has been around since those last set of storms in Florida, I think over a year ago. Kevin Watler set this group up. It's called Caymanians in Florida. If you need the link, please just message me and I'll send you the link. I sent it over the weekend in our news channel. Very, very important. He's sending out tips this morning on how to place your sandbags, how to tape stuff up to try to prevent flooding from coming in your homes, emergency medication access prior to disaster. FEMA obviously has already declared a national emergency. This is a national disaster zone. So lots is going on. They're looking for significant rainfall, upwards of 15 inches. And of course, storm surge and stuff as well. I think they're projected that it could be a Category 3 when it hits all schools: Hillsborough County, Manatee, Pasco, Pinellas, Sarasota, DeSoto, Hardy County, Citrus, Hernando, Polk County, St. Pete College, University of South Florida, University of Tampa, Pasco, Hernando, St. College. All of them, folks, are closed. Okay, so make sure that you're keeping up. But this group is a wonderful resource to be able to do just that. I haven't looked at the storm news yet for the morning, but let me just have a quick look at what it's saying here for the National Hurricane Center. Oh my God. It's already Hurricane 3? Category 3? What? Are y'all kidding me? Oh, sorry, I'm feeling a little bit... I'm sweating a little bit this morning. Stress. Hurricane hunters find Milton a major Category 3 hurricane. What? Already? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. This is not even real. Oh, shoot, my phone. Let me ask Stacey to bring me the show phone. I think it's on the counter. Ay. Hurricane conditions are expected across the northern coast of the Yucatan Peninsula. Dangerous storm surge, increase in risk of life-threatening storm surge, and this was an hour ago. Damaging winds for portions of the west coast of Florida Peninsula beginning on Tuesday night or Wednesday morning. Storm surge and hurricane watches are now in effect for portions of the west coast of Florida, and residents in that area should follow all advice given by local officials and evacuate if told to do so. Areas of heavy rainfall impact portions of Florida today, well ahead of Milton. Apparently, it's another massive storm in terms of the circumference of it. Expected, they say heavy rainfall more directly related to the system expected later on Tuesday through Wednesday night. Risk of considerable flash, urban, and aerial. Can you please just bring me the phone that's on the counter? Flash, urban, and aerial flooding, along with the potential for moderate to major river flooding. So again, peak storm surge forecasted to be quite significant. So folks, don't take any chances. That's all I can tell you right now with this storm. Hurricane Milton. I only know one Milton. That's not even a very popular name. Milton, what are you doing? Oh my gosh. All right, hold on one second. I'm gonna grab some pictures to show you guys the possible cone here. So just a quick reminder, folks, if you are in need of any items for younger children, kindergarten, first grade, mostly pre-K materials, I have left some donated items at the DMS broadcasting station. They're only able to keep them today. So I think Miss Cindy is going to go by around 4:30, and whatever hasn't been collected, she is going to grab. It's a couple big bags. She's going to grab what hasn't been collected for her Georgetown primary PTA project, whatever it is that they're doing over there. So I would encourage you, if you need, it's all sorts of everything from math. We have some of the books that do all the different subjects. Trying to prepare your little ones for school, handwriting, tracing, reading books that you can read to them. Some books that you know, at that age are probably not doing a whole lot of reading, but you know, they can start phonics and phonetics and all that good stuff. Number and letter tracing, especially. But we were clearing out last week Gianna's little study room, her quote unquote office space. And so discovered that there was a lot of material in there for her. She's only one child after all. And so we were able to put together some donation bags. I think we have some clothes. I'm still going through a couple things, doing a big clearing out here ahead of my trip that's coming up here shortly. And I also have other things that will become available soon, including some clothes and shoes out of the closet, honey chill. All right, beautiful folks. Hurricane Milton, this is what it's looking like for Florida. Again, some significant storm surge all the way along the coast is a potential. It's just a question of how much they'll be getting. And yeah, so please, by all means, you know, prepare as much as you can. Projected path, again, very, very possible that it could change. So don't make any moves thinking that, oh, I'll be fine, it's not going to be in the way. The best thing to do is to completely get out of the cone if you can. And the cone, like I said, is pretty wide at this point. So you see where we are for Monday, 4 a.m. That's, you know, earlier. And then we've got Tuesday going into Wednesday and Thursday straight out. So just be cautious there with it. Okay. Trying to figure out why my monitor keeps flickering. I'm not really sure. It's like it keeps somehow oddly refreshing itself in a bizarre kind of way. It just keeps flickering off and on. Okay, so we got a lot to talk about this morning. They're telling people to please have their preparations completed by Tuesday night. Shoot, I'd have my preparations completed today if I were you. Evacuation orders will be called in some counties due to the storm. And of course, you can go to floridadisaster.org/no to see if your home is in the evacuation zone, and hashtag make a plan now. So they do have a link for all of the evacuation orders and zones. So if you need those, pretty much it's everybody. I'm telling y'all, Manatee County, Pasco County, Pinellas County. They're telling you exactly, what it is that they're looking at. So just get out of the way of the storm is the best advice I can give you. Because the later you wait, even the traffic will be a complete nightmare. So good news. Somebody said, thank you so much. Children are coming home at 9:50 tonight. That sounds like the additional flight that they put on. So that's fantastic. Good news. Yeah. I mean, parents are obviously worried significantly about their children. And so, best to just have them home at this point, I think. Thank you. So that you worry less. You worry less, my dear. All right. So we'll continue, obviously, to keep a little eye on this system. Good morning to everyone. Thank you guys so much. Let's see which suspects are here with us. And then there's a couple really, really important things that I want to talk about this morning, including how people seem to be getting permanent residency who don't even live in the Cayman Islands. I'm shocked by this, and somehow I hope that this isn't true, that this is some misinformation, but the source is normally pretty spot on, honey chill. So let's see. Good morning to Irvelin. Seriously, why does this thing keep flickering all the time? It's starting to get on my nerves. I wasn't doing this last week. All right, Diamond Princess, good morning to you. Stephanie Brooks in the house. Wee Wee. Deborah, good morning. Good morning, Joe. Can I just call you Joe? I don't want to butcher that name. Is it Joe Gillen? Maybe. Miss Jane in the house. Robert is here. Barbara G. What's going on? Shaka Zulu. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Mikay says, hi, Sandy. Happy Monday. Watching from the Philippines. Oh, thank you so much. I saw you last week when we were talking about that topic on Friday. So thank you for coming back and joining us. Very good to see you. Tracy Ebanks is here. Damaris Moore joining from NYC usually. Good morning to Ms. Morna from Prospect. Adrian in the house. Daisy. Daisy, where are you? You still in the UK living your best life? Or are you in Paris? Or where are you these days? Paul joining us from Bermuda. Miss Sonia is here watching from Georgia. I love our international crew. Love it, love it, love it. People from all over the globe watch CMR, honey chip. I love that gentleman last week who said he's tuned in from Jamaica, and he tunes in every single morning, and he absolutely loves the show. Thank you, sir. Adrian, also joining us in the Philippines. Erica, buenos dias, mama. How are you? Scott. Honey child. Scott became my favorite person over the weekend because he reminded me that he has got my favorite dish over at Waffle Monkeys coming back, which was the turkey. Oh God, what's the proper name for it? Anyway, it is a Thanksgiving Christmas waffle. And it's like a mini Thanksgiving meal on a waffle. So the waffle is made out of the stuffing, and then they do turkey and gravy and cranberry. The only thing I want you to do for me, Scott, is I don't like berries for my cranberry. I like the smooth one. Can you get me some smooth cranberry to go with it? Just set aside a little thing of it for me. And so he informed me over the weekend that that's coming back on November the 1st. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm traveling, but I'll be back by the 2nd. So, yeah, honey child, I'm coming to visit you. And he's also introducing some improvements to their waffle and chicken. So it's brand new, and they're doing a promotion that starts from the 7th. Are you doing restaurant week, by the way? The 7th through the 13th. So you buy one waffle and chicken, you get one for free. Oh my gosh, that's a good deal. And he says that they're now doing their chicken in-house. It's a brand new, extra delicious recipe. So go by and tell them hello for me, and check that out. Abby said I would have come home. Yeah, they're coming home. A lot of kids are coming home. Good morning, Miss Michelle. Happy Monday. How are you, beautiful? Stephen joining us from the UK. El Ray says 230 dead and over 170 still missing. Oh my God. Oh, it's depressing. Oh, honey child, sometimes all you can do is pray, because Lord knows that's serious. Morning, Mr. Nathan. Dominique is here. Miss Flora's in the house. Pat joining us. Brian, good morning from Florida. Oh my gosh, Brian, what are you doing to prepare? Please be safe. Salvin says, I'm concerned with your willingness to still be taking COVID jabs. I would not. Let me tell you something, honey child. You should not be concerned about me one bit. I have zero side effects from the COVID jab, except that it has kept me alive and well. Folks, I don't believe in playing around with my life. Okay. So I do what I can to give myself that little extra and to protect myself. And, you know, some of y'all think nobody's dying from COVID. I saw somebody comment that when I reminded you guys that the vaccine clinic is open this week. And is it this week and next week? Oh, people, nobody is dying from COVID anymore. And I thought, oh my God, are y'all for real? Are y'all really still in this COVID bandwagon? I mean, seriously, over 1,100 people a week are still dying from COVID. Y'all sit there. And I'm going to do my best not to be in that 1,100, because I'm in the comorbidity group, because I have a little tips of high blood pressure, well under control. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. I'm obese. Yes. Let's call it what it is. The extra chunkiness is not good for you, and that automatically puts you in the comorbidity circle. Those of you who are diabetic, 50% of came out, I'm sure. And all the other issues, y'all need to stop playing around. Okay, go get COVID and you can see. That long haul COVID, I understand, is horrible. So I actually took off my Band-Aid already, but I got the jab. I can still feel just a little tips. You know what? She did it so quick. Big shout out to the nurses there in public health. She did it so quick. I mean, I was like, that's it? You're done? Are you sure? It didn't even hurt going in. So go get your COVID jab. Listen to me. Thank you so much. Jean says, Salvin, I'm a 46-year-old lung cancer survivor who never smoked. Wow. Jane, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's so crazy there's a lot of other things, obviously, that can contribute to lung cancer, but probably 90% of it is like smoking, right? But still, nonetheless, I have a compromised immune system, immunocompromised for the rest of my life. And without the protection of the COVID vaccine, I'd be dead. Yay! Let me give you a big shout out there. Where's my applause button? Hold on now. Where is it? Pause. Yes. Y'all need to stop peddling in misinformation. It's so funny when people say to me, oh, people dropping down dead. I'm like, yeah, people dropping down dead before COVID. Okay? Let's be very, very clear. Don't act like nobody ever died before COVID, before the vaccine. Oh, well, this person had a heart attack. Yeah, people are having heart attacks before, including young people. I remember way before COVID, 20-something-year-old goes to HSA and drops down dead right in the emergency room. Were y'all blaming it on the vaccine that didn't even exist then? No, you weren't. Unfortunately, sometimes people have aneurysms. Young people can have heart attacks for all sorts of different reasons. Robert says my monitor is flickering because you mentioned taking a trip, right? Morning, Delcy. Lavana says Cayman Airways is number one always. Thank you, Cayman Airways, for stepping up to the plate. So yes, go get your vaccine, get your protection. And if you don't, and you get long haul COVID and you die, I don't want you complaining about it. Okay. It's as simple as that. We all have choices, especially when it comes to our health. On Friday, big shout out to Health City. I went by there and the doctor just wanted to do a follow up with my neck issue that I had. So he talked about the severe pain I was in and the spasms and so forth. And I have some degeneration. I always have a problem saying this word. I don't know why. What the? Hold on. Thank God for dictionary.com. Degeneration. Degeneration. I feel like I do something wrong with the first syllabus. Degeneration. In a couple discs in my neck. And so he has given me some exercises. I'm going to start doing physio, but he's actually given me some exercises to strengthen the neck. I never thought about strengthening my neck before, but he said, listen, if you want to stop this degeneration, y'all know what the heck I'm trying to say. Degeneration in your neck, or at least slow it down significantly. If you do a couple really easy exercises every single day, that's going to help you significantly. And I thought, oh my God, yes. So starting those, I did some this morning. I'm going to try to do them 3 times a day, a couple times. Nothing difficult. You're just basically putting a little bit of resistance on your head, which helps to strengthen those neck muscles. So I can show you all how to do those later on. You can do them with me. All right. Morning, Dee Dee, Alba, Miss Angela Rich in the house. All right. So let's talk about a few things. Rose says, Como, I go one, no more. This is now my 5th one, I think. So, yep. I haven't had one since 2022. I was a bit surprised, actually. I was like, gosh, it's been that long. December of 2022 was my last one. Y'all are smoking, unhealthy as heck, eating whatever you want, no exercise like the doctor suggests. You're not getting your executive health checks. So a lot of us are awaiting heart attack. You're just walking around, it's just a question of when, really. And unfortunately, for some of us, it's going to be sooner rather than later because of our lifestyles. Now, y'all need to put some of that stuff down that you be eating, honey chill. And, every once in a while, Rose says, how are they going to complain if they die? I know. But, the family members be complaining then. Oh, they should have taken the vaccine. I told them to. Listen, I had a friend who died. She's one of those people who didn't believe in the vaccine, and she died. Wasn't in my close friend network, but we sat down. I still considered her friend. We sat down over many dominoes table over the years. And I was so sad when I heard that because I knew that it put a strain on the family because one daughter was an anti-vaxxer and the other daughter wasn't. And now they have a strain in their relationship because of that. Speaking of which, I'm going to have me a nice some breadfruit this morning. Crispy. Ackee and saltfish on the breakfast menu. So y'all make your choices. But when you do, just know that your choices impact a lot of people, including people around you. Rachel says that holiday waffle sounds amazing. Listen, that's when I'm going to throw the diet out of the window. I'm going to go at least once a week and indulge. That's going to be like my Friday treat at Waffle Monkey. Oh, it is. When I tell you it is so good because there's something about Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner in my heart. There's something about turkey. Like anytime I have pork, really, I'm not a huge pork person, but if I have like turkey or ham, I'm all about the stuffing. I'm like, oh, can you throw a little, and Caribbean people are like, you want stuffing? I'm like, yes, pork chops and stuffing to die for, but y'all don't get it. That's all right. This is the American side of me now that'll be like, yeah, can I please get some stuffing with that? And then once you have stuffing, the cranberry is just like a natural addition. So absolutely. Rachel, let's me and you go one day. All right. Yes, Simply C, we're getting to other news. Saltfish is very bad. Hey, Rosie, now coming for our Caribbean food. Dee Dee says, oh my gosh, you're killing us with that breakfast. Everything in moderation, Rosie. We're not eating saltfish every day. And if you soak it enough, you take out a lot of the salt out of the saltfish. That Thanksgiving waffle sounds divine. Yes, girl, it is. Make sure you get some. Degenerative. The weird thing is I can say degenerative very, very easily. It's when I change it to degenerate. There's that form of it. The degeneration that I have a problem saying. I never have a problem saying degenerative. It's the other one. Degeneration. You see? All right, let's move on. Okay. Any updates on the designated lane to Fairbanks? Everyone riding the outside lane. The lane to Fairbanks? Y'all going to jail this morning? Who's got Fairbanks? Let me ask NRA folks. I don't actually know anything about it because I'm not in the morning traffic. So y'all got to tell me what it's all about. Okay, so we got something to talk about this morning. And if you follow the channel, a lot of people are sending me this. If you follow the channel, you know that this is one of the topics we're going to be talking about. So let's go ahead and talk about it. Misinformation. Lord Jesus. It's difficult to keep y'all on track with the amount of misinformation that's in the community, both locally and internationally. We do a really, really good job, or I think we do, of trying to correct misinformation. It's could be a full-time job, fact-checking stuff. I saw somebody over the weekend, it runs the gamut, health, politics, all over the place, honey child. And so degenerative is easy. It's the other one that's the problem for me. So anyway, there is a bit of an issue with somebody posted about Donald Trump. Oh, he gave up his riches to become president. Y'all make me laugh. I'm like, are y'all crazy? I guess the lights today in here are a bit extra warm. I don't know what's going on. I'm hot in the studio today. Anyway, it made me laugh because I thought, when you share misinformation, does that not mean that you actually believe your own, you believe what you're sharing, or are you just sharing it because all you saw was something that you thought was supportive of Donald Trump and anti Kamala Harris? Donald Trump gave up his riches. I thought, which bankruptcy are you referring to? And that wouldn't be giving it up. That would be, you had it stripped from you because you're horrible with your money. You overspend and overborrow and pretend to be rich when you're not. Y'all give this man so much credit for stuff that he has not done. His finances is a hot mess and then some. That's why he doesn't want to disclose any of it. Of course, Forbes magazine confirmed what they estimate his wealth to be. And he always makes claims that it's much more than that. So, be careful of the things that you share and so forth. Wow. Anyway, we're not talking about him this morning for sure. I can't wait till that election is over. Hopefully we can get back to some semblance of normalcy after that. So I am particularly concerned when we talk about misinformation in the Cayman context. So there's a couple of things that are circulating widely on social media. And one of those yesterday started to gain some traction over the weekend. So I'm going to show you the video first, and then we are going to talk about it. So this is a guy, and I don't have any clue who these people are. Everybody is a star now in the world of social media. Let me see. Hold on one second. I tagged these people in it because I was hoping that they would actually watch the show and go back and tell this guy that I don't know what he heard or who informed him or whatever, but he just got it wrong. And so I'm hopeful that they have at least attempted to correct this. Hold on one second. Let me now see. So there's this group called Team Team Sakpasi or something. I don't know who these people are. They're on Instagram. So at Team SAKPASE. No clue who, what, Like I said, everybody feels like, and this is posted on Instagram. It looks like this guy is always posting stuff about mindset over money kind of thing. So he has 8,700 followers, mindset over everything, info at whatever, entrepreneurs podcast show. Listen, everybody is in the United States of America. Everyone is an expert. Everyone has their own podcast. I don't know this guy, so I can't talk about who he is. He's talking about financial revolution and, all sorts of stuff. So it looks like he gives some kind of money advice and other things. All right, whatever. Some kind of academy. One of the greatest things to do right now, if you are an influencer, and it's talking about, and listen, I'm in the space. I don't do a lot of what these guys do, but I do pay attention. I do listen. I do, read quite a bit. People always talking about all these streams of income. So the thing that, it's a Haitian saying, sac passe. Oh, what does it mean? A Haitian saying. What does it mean? Anyway, he obviously is putting himself out to be someone of some influence that you should listen to when it comes to your money and investments and whatever. Yeah, okay. I don't know him, so I can't tell you whether or not he's someone that you should be listening to. But at the end of the day, let me be very, very clear here. You got to make sure you know who you're getting your information from. Yeah. I'm no expert on a lot of things. Believe me, you. That's why I read expert reports and I listen to the experts. Right now, this morning, we're supposed to be having a protest, is what I'm told. Anybody out by the government building? Speaking of which, my people are on it, honey child. Just got some videos. The port supporters are out there this morning. These are the ones who want the cruise birthing facility. Only a handful of them looks like might tweet them. What's going on? So they're out there supporting it. That's their right to protest. I ain't got nothing wrong with that. Good for them, I guess. Not really a whole lot of people, but they're standing up across from Parliament. And I'll show you those pictures here in a second. Supporting the cruise piers facility. Okay. So here's the thing. You're always entitled to your opinion. I always say this. You're entitled to your opinion. What you're not entitled to is your own facts. So you don't get to make up the facts. You don't get to misrepresent information. You don't get to mislead people, because that now is very, very wrong. So one of the things that these influencers do is they look to make different streams of revenue, right? So it's the concept of don't put all your eggs in one basket. That's how Caribbean people would say it. And always try to, have more than one source of revenue, more than one source of income coming into your household. Now, that's normally very, very good sense. And one of the ways in which they do that is they try to do what's called passive income. There's a little bit of influencer 101 course for you this morning. But passive income means that it's making you money and you don't have to actually be doing anything actively to be able to get the money. So one way in which you do that is you offer sac passe, means what's up. Oh, okay. There you go. So you have, your passive streams of income, which means that you don't have to do anything. It rolls in money. There's a lot of different ways that you can do that. One way in which you do it is you write a book, for example, or you have an academy and people sign up for the academy. They get the materials. A lot of these so-called academies will teach you what they claim is their secret to making money. And then it has nothing to, you don't have to actively teach any courses, whatever. They get the material. Maybe you've done some videos up front. They, study the material And then that's it. And that's a passive stream of income. And if they have $5,000 a month or $10,000 a month in passive income from people just continually ordering this material, all you have to do is keep pushing the material. And then maybe some people get it and, wow, this is really useful information. They will then pass that on to their friends, like, check out this course. This course really helped me, yada, yada, yada. And then you're out there peddling it on their behalf as well. That's the concept of passive income. Everybody thinks that it is easy to get a stream of passive income, and then you're just golden. You're making that solid money for life, and everything is good. Now, there are people who have mastered the art of passive income, and they might have 4 or 5, even upwards of 10 streams of different types of income that they bring in, and that's part of what it is. So I noticed one of the interesting things as I'm just looking at their Instagram account, that they actually have courses. So they talk about Sac Passe podcast and the Skyton Academy. And so it looks like they're in Brooklyn here. Types of discussion, cryptocurrency, investing in gold and silver, current state of the economy, and more. Y'all just saw how I crook my neck to this side, and I can't crook it too much because it hurts. When y'all start talking about your cryptocurrency, investing in gold and silver, yada, 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 y'all know already. I'm like, okay, you ain't no expert. Mm-hmm. Y'all remember the cryptocurrency bandwagon that everybody was jumping on? Even Skylar, the hairstylist. I went to Skylar one day and I'm like, Skylar, I need a new hairstyle. I hear you're good with short hair. I don't want it too short now because you know me. I still got to be able to pull it back in one because I'm not into the fashion. Give me my ponytail at all times because I just pull it back and I'm good to go. So he cut it pretty short. I could still grab it. While he's there cutting my hair, he's trying to sell me on the concept of how he is trading in cryptocurrency and he's an expert. I'm like, honey child, if you were an expert in cryptocurrency, you would not be here as a hairstylist. Okay. Mm-hmm. No, what? Oh, look, Sandy, look at the trades. Look at this. It says I'm trading up right now. And I'm like, yeah, okay. That chart could be showing you anything and you would believe it because somebody else who knows nothing about trading and cryptocurrency told you that's what this means and you just believe them. Y'all are not experts. That's not how this works. But nonetheless, I'm people like that, I don't really engage with. I'm like, oh, you're a cryptocurrency expert. Oh, you're trading cryptocurrency. Oh, you want me to join up for $150 because y'all think money grew on trees. Honey child, no. No, we're not doing that because I got $150 to waste. You see, that's how it works. Anyway, I see they have a bunch of that stuff on their page. Listen, whatever floats their boat. What I don't like is when they get misinformation wrong about the Cayman Islands. Now, the fact that they got something wrong about us makes me think that their whole platform is probably a little bit suspicious. But here's what they had to say about the Cayman Islands. All right, here we go, folks. Trending.
Let's talk about the Cayman Islands with rent. So I'm going there looking at property. I'm like, well, let me get the rent rolls. And I'm looking at this building to buy. I said, let me get all the information. So they sent over the documents. I'm looking at the rent rolls and I'm like, okay, everybody paid on the first. It's 11-unit building, 12-unit building. I said, nah, not everybody's paying on time. I said, no, I want to see the late payments. I want to know exactly what these numbers look like. She calls me back and says, Storm, no, I want to give you clarity because I don't think you understand. Nobody pays rent late here. I said, what? How? Why? She says, because here, what we have is a system. Everybody who works, regardless of if you're born here or if you're a foreigner, everybody gets a work card. And if you don't pay your rent, the landlord reports you and you lose your work card. So if you don't have a job, you must leave the island. You must leave the country. We don't have housing courts, landlord-tenant courts. Imagine if the United States did that. Because how many people don't pay their rent and they got jobs? And here's another thing that over here in a lot of these other islands and other countries, but there's no income tax on your check. If you get $1,200 a week, when you get your check, it says $1,200. All they got to do is tax the business the right way and stop taxing the individual. People will have enough money and stop looking at FICA coming out their check and make it more easier to pay the rent on time, and you eliminate the problem.
Let's listen again. I'm going to press the wrong button. every time he says something that is not factually correct, okay? Let's try it again. Oops, hold on.
Let's talk about the Cayman Islands with rent. So I'm going there looking at property. I'm like, well, let me get the rent rolls. And I'm looking at this building to buy. I said, let me get all the information. So they sent over the documents. I'm looking at the rent rolls and I'm like, okay, everybody paid on the first. It's 11-unit building, 12-unit building. I said, nah, not everybody's paying on time. I said, no, I want to see the late payments. I want to know exactly what these numbers look like. She calls me back and says, Storm, no, I want to give you clarity because I don't think you understand. Nobody pays rent late here. I said, what? How? Why? She says, because here, what we have is a system. Everybody who works, regardless of if you're born here or if you're a foreigner, everybody gets a work card. And if you don't pay your rent, the landlord reports you and you lose your work card. So if you don't have a job, you must leave the island. You must leave the country. We don't have housing courts, landlord-tenant courts. Imagine if the United States did that. Because how many people don't pay their rent and they got jobs? And here's another thing that over here in a lot of these other islands and other countries, well, there's no income tax on your check. If you get $1,200 a week, when you get your check, it says $1,200. All they got to do is tax the business the right way and stop taxing the individual. People will have enough money and stop looking at FICA coming out their check and make it more easier to pay the rent on time, and you eliminate the problem.
Lord Jesus, I had to hit that wrong button so many times. The button is tired now. The button's like, please give me vacation. Okay, sir, I don't know. What did he say his name was? I think he mentioned his name. All right, first of all, I don't know who you're talking to that is supposedly giving you this information on the Cayman Islands, but please permit a Caymanian, maybe they're, because, we have so many people in real estate who are not Caymanian, and worse yet, they're not Caymanian, they're not well informed about what they're trying to sell people. So it sounds like he's claiming that he was interested in buying a 12-plex unit as a business investment. And he's saying, what did he call it? Rent roll? Again, I didn't even know what the heck that was. I'm like, what the hell is rent roll? So
let's talk about the Cayman Islands with rent. So I'm going there looking at property. I'm like, well, let me get the rent rolls. And I'm looking at this building to buy.
All right. So I guess rent rolls are, I don't know what rent rolls are, but I'm assuming that is just like the books, like this is the history of who's paying rent and whatever. Okay. So he claims that nobody pays rent late here in the Cayman Islands. That's what he was told. Sir, listen carefully now. I have a piece of land in East End. I really don't. That I'm going to sell you. I don't have any land. That is worth a good $5 million. Come and link me. I'm going to give you my phone number and I want you to call me. Come on now. You see, this is part of the reason why we are in the mess that we're in now, because there's so much misinformation floating out there about who we are and what we do and the level of poverty or not in this country. It would be wonderful if we lived in a community where everybody paid their rent on time, but that doesn't work. I don't know if that's the case anywhere in the world, probably out of some communist country, because they'd probably kill you if you don't pay your rent. Okay, maybe Dubai. I don't know. They're rolling at a different level. There are lots of people who can't pay their rent. There are lots of people who get evicted all the time. Right? Now, I don't know. I can't speak to that specific property that you looked at. But the person told you some misinformation, generally speaking. Maybe that specific property had, a good track record of everybody paying rent. I don't know. I don't know what property you looked at. I can't speak to that. What I can speak to is the information is incorrect, that everybody here in the Cayman Island pays on time. Now, the reason why, look at how we jump now from we have a conclusion that we've reached, is everybody in the Cayman Islands pays on time. And the reason for that is they have this work card that everybody, listen to what he says about the work card, that everybody gets.
All the information. So they sent over the documents. I'm looking at the rent rolls and I'm like, okay, everybody paid on the first. It's 11-unit building, 12-unit building. I said, nah, not everybody's paying on time. I said, no, I want to see the late payments. I want to know exactly what these numbers look like. She calls me back and says, Storm, no, I want to give you clarity because I don't think you understand. Nobody pays rent late here.
Really?
I said, what? How? Why? She says, because here, what we have is a system. Everybody who works, regardless of if you're born here or if you're a foreigner, everybody gets a work card.
All right. So that's not true. Everybody does not get a work card. I have no work card. You have no work card. Again, complete misinformation. Now, it's entirely possible, like I said, I don't know who he spoke to. Sometimes you talk to people and you try to explain a system to them that they're unfamiliar with. Is it possible that he completely misunderstood whoever this woman is that he spoke to? Maybe. I don't really know. I don't know where the term work card came from. We have nothing like that. What we do have is a work permit. And obviously, the only people who need a work permit are those who are expatriate workers in this country. So you see what he says, that everybody gets a work card, whether you're a foreigner. What do you say? If you're a foreigner or
everybody gets a work card.
Or local, everybody gets a work card. We can't even get y'all on board about everybody getting an ID card, much less a system where everybody gets a work card. There is no such thing. What's his name? Storm? Storm, I want you to do me a favor now. I want y'all to correct this misinformation that you put out there, because I don't know how many people are watching this video and they might be thinking, oh, I'm going to come invest in the Cayman Islands and buy some property now. And, let me see how many people actually watched the video. 7,391 likes. I can't see how many video views it got, but this is complete misinformation. 351 comments. It's completely wrong information. So we don't want you to go out there peddling wrong information about the Cayman Islands and giving people the wrong idea for more reasons than one. Number one, we don't really want too many of y'all coming here thinking that this is going to be your golden egg. And, you're going to buy a building, a 12-plex, where you can have all tenants paying on time. Child, please. Don't bother with it. Okay? There is no such thing as a work card. And there is no such thing as everybody in the Cayman Islands has a work card. What else does he say? That there's no tenancy court.
And if you don't pay your rent, the landlord reports you and you lose your work card.
Okay. Reports you to who? The landlord reports you to who, honey child? And you lose your work card. How does that even make any sense? Think about what he's saying. Both foreigners and Caymanians have work cards. Leave the foreigners aside for a second. Say, I'm a Caymanian, I have this work card and I don't pay my rent. Who would you be reporting me to? I mean, y'all have to have the ability to dissect these things because they make zero sense, right? Who is in charge of this work card enforcement? And what do? You give a work card?
So if you don't have a job, you must leave the island.
Oh, honey child, can we get a hallelujah?
Praise the Lord.
We would love. That is supposed to be the law. As a foreigner, obviously can't get rid of Caymanians who have a job. But if a foreigner doesn't have a job, they're supposed to not be here. But once again, you and I know that system is being taken advantage of. And lots of people are here with no job, and they're still remaining in this country. Storm, please don't perpetuate misinformation about us here in the Cayman Islands, because it only makes us look more attractive than we actually are. And we don't want to look more attractive than we are. Trust me, we need a reality check in this country, like for real. Okay? On the real, we need a reality check. Because again, it allows people to come here believing that this is the country of milk and honey when that's supposed to be over there, north of us. Is that north? Yeah, go up that way. That's the United States of America. They're the country of milk and honey. Go and become their problem. You're already there in New York. Stay in New York and, get your own rental properties there and try to figure it out. We do not have a perfect system here. We have a lot of issues. We have a housing crisis in the Cayman Islands. We have work permit violations, abuses, workers being abused left, right, and center. We do not have a perfect system here. Please do not tell your American friends that, okay? Because it's misinformation. What else does he say that's misinformation? Let's keep listening, honey child.
Must leave the country. We don't have housing courts, landlord-tenant courts. Imagine if...
All right. We don't have housing courts and landlord-tenancy courts. Technically, that is accurate because there's not a separate court for those things, but they all fall under the same court system. So if you have a landlord-tenancy dispute, you would file it just like you do everything else. And you go to summary court, depending on the amount of money that's owed, or you go to grand court. Now, here's the thing. I haven't actually been to the judicial website since they have redone it. So let me see if I can even get in, because they've done this whole redo of the judicial system and you got to sign up the judicial website. And they say that you've got to, I don't know, sign up again or something. So, but here's the thing. If you go to the, if you actually go to the court listing, yes, you will see on a regular basis, trust me, restoration order. Oh, look at the judiciary looking all slick this morning with their new website. Mess with them. Oh my God, it looks so much better. Congratulations, Madam Ramsey Hale. So if you go to the website, folks, you will see on a regular basis that there are people being sued for eviction notices, non-payment, and all sorts of stuff. Who's trying to sue Uncle Bill's? Isaac Lawrence Lewis? What are you suing Uncle Bill's for? Child, we got to check out some of these lawsuits. All right, but you'll see all the time. People on here, divorce application for special leave. You'll see people suing because you haven't paid your rent. That's a normal thing. It's just that it's not in a separate court, right? Oh, the new website is so slick. Oh my God, I love it. Look, yeah, Ricardo, welcome. Who's Ricardo? Welcome. Suing Keno Oates. What's this one about? Loan him some money. Ooh, you better pay that man his $3,500, son. All right, I'm trying to find one. They're not always at the top of the list. But anyway, yes, there are people here all the time. Proven Bank is suing some Melissa Leah Dion Thomas. That's, I guess they loaned her money. Restoration application. And sometimes they're suing you because you've not paid your mortgage. Speaking of which, I heard something last week that I found really, really hard to believe. And I'm trying to fact check this. So this is not factual yet. I'm just telling you, someone who's in the real estate business said the following to me. Proven Bank is suing this person. Let's see what this is about. $55,000 loan. Promissory note, yada, yada, yada. So Proven Bank wants their money back. Okay. So I have heard from someone in the real estate business that apparently the banks have not been doing foreclosures since right before COVID. So they paused all foreclosures and I'm trying to think, when the person said that to me, I was trying to think in my mind, because they work closely with one particular bank in Ireland. And so I was trying to think about the other banks, about whether or not I have actually seen any foreclosures happening. And there's none that stands out in my mind like recently. So I was thinking to myself, is it possible? Anybody in banking can confirm this for me? Have the banks put a freeze? Now, if this is the case, when they finally start doing foreclosures again, that's going to be a hot mess, because basically you've allowed someone to sit in a property for 4 years, going into 5 years, who hasn't been paying their mortgage. What a hot mess that's going to be. I thought that was interesting. So there's been no foreclosure properties on the real estate market. Okay, I'm still waiting to confirm that, because that is, to me, that's shocking that the banks would allow so much time to go and not do that. But hey, I guess it is what it is. But let me alleviate any concerns that you might have. People get sued all the time for rental situations. I was trying to see if I could easily find one, but trust me, you'll get sued by your landlord. In fact, there was one recently with Heritage Holdings where they were suing. It looks like it would have been an eviction situation. Oh, here it is. Heritage Holdings Limited and Abernathy Brown trading as Impressive Fitness. Now, this doesn't go into, it says summary possession, and that's how I know what kind of case it is. It doesn't really go into a whole lot of detail, except to say that they are saying, let all persons concerned attend before the judge in chambers at the law courts, and then the date is to be set. The hearing of an application by the plaintiff for an order for an order that it do recover, lawyers in their writing, of the said premises on the ground that it is entitled to possession of that said premises, and that the person in occupation is in occupation without a license or consent. All that gibberish means is obviously they have fallen behind in their rent. And so now they're seeking to evict them. They're seeking to take possession back of the unit. And so I don't know who Abernathy Brown is with unit 203. That used to be my unit. I was the first one to move into that unit back in the day when Centennial Towers was first built, believe it or not. Yeah, so they're looking for summary possession. So that is an example, although it's a commercial space, it's still an example of someone who hasn't paid their rent. And so you got to get out. You got to go, honey child. When you don't pay your rent, that's what happens. So yes, Mr. What's his name again? Smokey or whatever. We don't have landlord and tenancy court specifically. Although I must tell you, I don't think it's such a bad idea if we did have a specific division for landlord and tenants. And I'll tell you why. One of the things that works extremely well with landlord and tenants is that you are able to you're able to streamline the process when you have specific courts, and you get the option of having like a particular magistrate or judge who that kind of becomes their specialty area, and they deal with those cases primarily. Not to say that somebody else couldn't deal with it. Take, for example, family court, right? Justice Williams, I think is his name. He's the one who deals with the majority of family court hearings, the divorces and child custody and all that sort of stuff. And so there's a lot of continuity. Like when you go, you're not going to different people and they have to read the file and try to figure out what's happening. He knows when you were there last time fighting with your ex over the dog and the children and the this and the that and how much support you're supposed to be getting. And so there is that ongoing continuity, which can be extremely helpful. And like drug court, you know, it helps to keep those people accountable, keeps them focused. Here's Proven Bank suing somebody else again. Let me see what this one is about. I want to see if any of these are related to foreclosures. So they could just be smaller loans. So this one is Mario Dino. I don't know who the heck Mario Dino is, but this one is, normally you can tell by the amount if it's a foreclosure, but you have to read the details. So demand letters personally served on the defendant, $7,000. So that's not a house. Oh, you know why? No. That can't be right about the foreclosure. Because remember the other day when we were talking about Dr. Dissaram, and that was, which bank was that? CIBC, I think. They had issued a foreclosure notice on him. So that what that person said, maybe it's just the particular bank that they work with, which is Scotiabank. They haven't done anything in a minute, but that doesn't mean that it's not happening, because that foreclosure happened at the end of 2023. So maybe it's just some bank, maybe it's just Scotia that's not doing foreclosures. I don't know. And if y'all deal with Scotia and you're behind and they're not doing anything to you yet, don't think the day isn't coming though that they're going to kick back in foreclosures. And in fact, it's worse for them to sit there and do nothing for as long as they have been, because then when they do sell it, you're going to be in a whole lot of debt. All right, we've got probate, financial services, family, orders and rulings, consent orders. So yeah, listen, people will take you to court and they'll sue you for unpaid rent and all sorts of stuff. All right. A lot of times it's summary court, but it can be anything. It can be grand court too if the amount is large enough. Okay, so he got that wrong. What else did he get wrong?
The United States did that. Because how many people don't pay their rent and they got jobs?
All right.
And here's another.
So I can't speak to the hot mess in the rental market in the United States of America, because I know both in the United States of America and Canada, it is exponentially difficult to get people out when they're not paying rent. It's like squatters in the United States of America. It seems like squatters have more rights than anybody else. I have seen and heard of stories where people have squatters come on their property and they have to treat them after a certain amount of time as though they have a legal tenancy, as though they have a contract in place and they're supposed to be there. And it takes months and months and months. I was listening to something, because sometimes it happens with the Airbnb market and stuff as well. So I've been following a couple of very, very interesting cases out of Canada where that has happened. And they do have an arbitration court that is for landlords and tenants. But sometimes it takes months to even get a hearing because there's such a significant backlog. You know what else is interesting? This is now where it gets a little bit crazy, is apparently some people in Canada try to, when they have a tenant and then they put their property up for sale, their tenants try to hold them ransom, thinking that, oh, you're about to, because the market there is so crazy, you're about to sell my apartment, and displace me. And now I have to go and find somewhere else to live. And you're going to make $1 billion off of this sale. And so I'm not going to move. Listen how crazy this is. I'm not going to move. I'm going to hold up your sale unless you pay me money to get out. And some of them, it's like literally a ransom situation. I can't believe that, big bad Canada, their government is allowing this to happen. But basically, they're holding people at ransom for their own properties. Isn't that crazy? And yes, they're like, you're not going to get to sell this place unless you pay me. And, I want $50,000, $100,000. And some of these poor people are like, I'm not even making that kind of money off the sale. But imagine that you own a property and somebody else that you're renting from is going to tell you they're not going to move out because they know that you're trying to sell it. They're not going to move out and give you possession of the property. And so you end up losing sales as a result of that. Ooh, honey chow. Alec, good morning. Alex says he might be talking to a scammer. I don't know who getting this information from. Okay. Ingrid says a work card. What's he talking about? Mark says we can't even get a job, much less a work card. Honey. That one made me chuckle. Aliano says immigration is to be blamed and employment agencies that bring in these people that come from low-tier societies. What does that have to do with today's topic, though, Aliana? I'm a little bit confused. Well, I mean, he's just claiming that nobody here is ever late on their rent. I can tell you that's not true. Okay. Call the guy, says John LaRue. Not sure why you're breaking all this down. He's probably FOS anyways. I'm just making it up. What does FOS stand for? I'm not familiar with that acronym. Live Happy says they're always making Cayman seem like it's a free-for-all. Well, what I think is happening here is everybody wants to pretend like we are, we're so perfect. We're the golden egg. This is a place to come if you want a job, if you want a good life. I mean, they need to be realistic about what they're talking about. That's all I'm saying. Obviously he's a little bit misinformed on a lot of different things. But anyway, Romaine says we have scammers here too, Hello. Lots of them. Lots and lots of scammers. All right. That's all I can say about him. Misinformation. So, what's his name? Storm. Hopefully you'll see this and you can correct it. He posted this 3 days ago. And it was entitled, "Pay Your Rent or Get Kicked Out the Country." Oh my God, poor him. He's in New York, 353 Lexington Avenue. Why does everybody seem to have that address in New York? So he says, join our Access to Action community. Contact us. Let's contact him. Oh, they only have a form. Join us. No, I want a phone number. Oh, here's the phone number. Hold on. Let's see if we can at least correct one person about the real deal. All right, let's see if we can call him. Mm-hmm. 983. Everybody has this Fifth Avenue address. Suspicious. Hi, ciao. It didn't ring. Hello? Why didn't it ring? I didn't hear that number ring. What am I missing? Hold on, let me try it again. It does say New York, but I didn't hear it ring. Did you?
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice message. 64698392554 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you...
Okay, honey child. Well, nobody's answering that number. So he claims that he's at 246 Fifth Avenue, 3rd floor. And then there's somewhere else where the address is different. It's Lexington Avenue. So, honey child, don't make CMR start investigating in your business now, you know, because we're kind of experts at finding scammers. I'm just saying, Team Sakapase or whatever your name is, honey child. Mind over everything. Well, one thing I know for sure is you can't have mind over facts. Okay. So, Sakapasa, what I'm going to do for you is I'm going to send you an email with the link for the show so that hopefully what you'll do is you'll actually take that misinformation down, that video down, because that one is completely wrong. Now, I'm not going to watch any of your other stuff because I don't want to get too deep in your business. I'm just saying that, I get it. You're trying to make your little coins and whatever. But please do your best now to get it correct, because you don't want Auntie Sandy to have to call you out or anything else. All right. Now just remember, folks, a sucker is born in a minute. You'll soon be separated from your money. Anyway, FOS means he's full of, oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Yes, thanks. Learned a new acronym today. I had no idea, John LaRue. You taught me something. Good. Pleasant good morning to Miss Joyce Ann. Miss Charlene, good morning. Andrew says, rental board been discussed over 40 years to mediate between landlord and tenant situation and nothing yet. Oh, I was hoping that was him calling me back. Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
Been discussed over 40. Turn the radio down for me, honey. Chan.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, thanks.
I did. Good morning.
Morning.
Shout out. Listen, not only in America and Canada, it's hard to get out. Jamaica, they do the same thing. You can't get them out. You take them to court. The court will give them all the next 3 months and stuff. So even here, right in Jamaica, that's the same thing. It's not easy to get someone out. I recently rented an apartment in another part because I have a home there, but in the countryside. And let me tell you, you have to go through so much. You see how they come here and just rent a place? My dear, you got to send financials if it's you're a business person. Let me tell you,
Credit
you
checks.
wouldn't believe credit checks, everything, and see the money in your bank account, all kind of things. I mean, that's for a decent apartment. I don't know about the regular. And I said, but this is like applying for a mortgage. She said, no, you can't get out people, so you got to be careful who you put because they have more right than the owner. So it's not just in those. It's right there in Jamaica too. They go in. We had one tenant. We took about 6 months to get them out. So it's all over. Cayman is the easiest place to come and just put in your rent and you sign on a contract and you go into the place. It's the easiest place. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to put that there. That it's not just the United States. Jamaica is the same. And the real estate lady was telling me it's because it's under the British. And I said, under the British, she said, yeah, the rental board is still under the British law. So that's why it's so hard to get out others. So.
Who told you this? Which country was this?
This Jamaica.
The rental board is under the British law, but Jamaica been independent for how many years?
Yep, she said the rental board is still under the British law. They need to get it corrected. That's what she told me.
Well, I don't know what she means by that, but that'll make no sense. I mean,
that's what I was saying to her. Because
if it's British. Common law, then they need to just legislate it. Where are the legislators in all these countries? Will do that?
I don't know. And they've been independent now, what, 6 to 2 years?
Long time.
August. Yeah.
Exactly.
But I have her text here and her email. That's what she said. Because, I mean, it took me like 2 months before I finalized this apartment. Yeah, if you go through the agents especially, they got to make sure everything is in place. And was charged 3 months, not one, rent, deposit, security. Okay? So when we hear making all this nice sometimes, these are the things. So that's experience. I'm not telling asking from somebody else. This is experience for me. Have a blessed day, everyone. And thanks for taking the call.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Listen, I think it's just one of those things that probably no matter where you are in the world, it is difficult as a landlord to get people out because on the one hand, I suppose I understand the logic behind it is that you don't want people to be homeless on the streets too easily. And so the court system is more likely going to be favorable to the tenant in some respects. That's why you can't turn off utilities for your tenant and have them living in really poor conditions and stuff like that. So part of me understands legally why there's some protections in place for tenants, but landlords need to be protected as well. So I don't know. Thanks, Shaka Zulu and Jim. They were telling me what FOS stands for. Ooh, I can start using that acronym. Anyway, bit of misinformation there. All right. So on the port this morning, we have a number of people who are out there protesting. Let me see here now. So they said they're out there protesting for the port. Somebody just sent me a message saying, oh, you should come out here. They sent us a little video clip. All right, we'll play the video clip. Here's the thing. It's only a handful of people that I see, not to say a handful of people can't make things happen. I expected it to be so many more, given how many people they say rely on the port and are in support of this. So, I'm a little bit surprised that it's not a larger number, but I also know Caymanians don't like to protest anything, even when it's in their best interest to do so. Now, I'm not saying that that's the case here. I'm just saying, if y'all have a position, you should get out there and support your position. So Parliament is in session today, and they're going to be talking about the referendum, folks, and what questions and so forth are actually going to be on the referendum. So here's the video footage that I've just received. So there you go. Well, they're saying no fear, no vote. So some of them may look like demanding, but no, they're coming to vote. Nonetheless, there is a small protest there in town, and they're saying no fear, no vote. Well, the other side, I'm not sure where they are, but they're going to be saying the opposite. If you put in a fear, you're anyway. It doesn't matter because it's going to go to a referendum. Y'all just need to go out and vote on the referendum. Although my understanding is the referendum may not even be binding, so I'm a little bit confused about how that part is going to work. Damaris says, I don't work far from Lexington. I'll check it out. Oh, okay. So they have several addresses here. This is why I'm a little bit confused. So let me give you the first address. So this one on their Instagram page says 353 Lexington Avenue. And y'all know if I had the time today, I could actually go and look at Google Maps and see what's there and what's in that building and check the rental log and everything. But anywho, 353 Lexington. And then on their website, the website has a completely different address. The website says that they are on 246 Fifth Avenue, 3rd floor. Mm-hmm. So check that out, honey Chan. Let me know. People in America, they just be making up addresses. They're like, oh yes, you know, I'm in this area and I'm on Twin Towers and da-da-da-da and whatever. So on the 3rd floor of 246 Fifth Avenue, 3rd floor, we have Bondi Sushi. So there's a sushi restaurant. We have Think Coffee. We have The Yard, which is a Flatiron North co-working office space. Oh, so maybe they're part of this co-working office space. Maybe they have some sort of thing there where basically they rent a desk. Possible. All right. So there are co-working spaces at that. It's called The Yard. And they have co-working spaces there where you get like a little cubicle, you can get a desk, and then you share a common area and stuff here. Okay, honey child, walk over to Lexington Avenue and tell us what's going on. All right, let's move on. Let me see here now. Good morning. Faded Mary Jane says the UK is a gazillion times worse. You had so many zeros there. I just said gazillion because I don't even know how many zeros that is. Strong Will says, Sandy, he's not going to answer the show. He's not going to answer the phone. He's watching the show. Oh, Lord. Morning, Miss Emma. Live Happy says he hasn't woken up yet. Damien says 6 months and rent free. Jamaica's independent, but they're still under some kind of British dependency. They're not under British dependency. They still have the UK, the Queen or King, right now it's a King, as their head of state. That doesn't mean they're under any dependency. And they're now actually going through the formal process of having that removed. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandy. How are you this morning?
Morning, not bad. How are you?
I'm great.
Mm-hmm.
I'm calling on behalf of all the landlords in Cayman this moment.
Hi. Mm-hmm.
And I am going to say this because landlords in Cayman always get a bad rap.
Uh-huh.
Yes, some of them are ridiculous.
Yes.
Some of them are unscrupulous.
Yes.
Some of them are uncaring, and some of them are scammers.
Uh-huh.
But for those of us who are straightforward and to the point, I think I need to set the record straight this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And I am going to say exclusively about Jamaican tenants.
Oh, Lord.
Because they are the worst.
Mm-hmm.
I am a renter or a landlord, and I rent property.
Mm-hmm.
I have not had problems with any other tenant nationality other than Jamaicans in my place.
Mm-hmm.
I try to be accommodating at times. People will come and they don't have the money to pay the deposit. So I said, well, okay, because I know how things are, pay the rent, and I will give you X amount of time to pay the deposit. Mm-hmm. Okay, they pay the rent, give them a receipt, they move in, and then when it comes time to pay the deposit, you get all kind of run around and all kind of cock in the bull story and excuses and so on. And then it goes on that it comes back now into the next month for the next rent. So if you can't pay the deposit, how are you then going to pay the next month's rent? Right?
Well, let me tell you something, right? I mean, there's different types of landlords, and obviously you fall into different price points, if you will. Never start off on a bad foot with anybody.
Exactly.
And that includes a tenant. So if a tenant is telling you from day one that they can't afford to give you your deposit as is requested, your full amount, don't broker no deal with them. Find somebody else.
It's a red flag. It's a red flag.
Yeah, because you're setting yourself up for continued headaches.
Right. It's a red flag.
So, I mean, landlords have to be, listen, this is a contractual situation between, two consenting adults who sign a lease, and landlords have to be sensible. And, if you have found through your own experiences that unfortunately Jamaican tenants are giving you a headache because of where you're located, it's probably your price point that's attracting particular people. But you need to do a couple things. You can pick and choose and refuse who you rent to and who you don't rent to. So if someone comes to you and they say that they cannot afford to, pay your first month's rent and the deposit, then you tell them, I'm sorry, but I can't accept you as a tenant. It can't be that you can't find tenants, because the market out there is favorable to landlords.
Exactly.
Now, Diamond Princess says, I think the caller should say some Jamaicans.
I said some.
Okay.
Because everybody's not painted in the same brush.
Yes.
Okay. However, I said that to say this. I try to be accommodating because presently I have 5 Jamaicans renting in my place. I had Nicaraguan before, didn't have any problem with them.
Yes.
They actually had to leave and go back home. I had 2 persons from San Andres was at my place for 2.5 years. Never had no problem with them. I have had to evict in the last year about 11 Jamaican persons from my property. Now, the last 2 that came in on the 17th of last month, actually, it was the brother of one of those that came to rent the room. And then after that, then he told me that it was his brother and his girlfriend that was going to stay inside the room. I said, well, okay, I don't have a problem with that. Okay. But he said, well, the brother had just come on the island. So he could have given me and I rent my rooms for 900 deposit, which is even cheap in my area. Because just on the other side of the road of me, 1 bedrooms are going for 1,500 deposit, and that does not include light or water or nothing.
Okay.
My 900 includes light, water, and internet. Okay?
Now, are you renting just rooms, or are you actually renting an entire apartment for that?
No, just a room.
Okay.
Rooms, you share the bathroom and share the kitchen.
Right.
And I have my quarters separate.
That's still a little bit different than an apartment that you said across the street, because it sounds like they're renting the apartment.
Well, no, across the street is also a house. A Kenyan guy that has turned his garage into 2 efficiency rooms. Those rooms are half the size of my rooms, and they are going for 1,500 plus 1,500 deposit.
But do they have their own bathroom? It's a private bathroom?
Yeah, because it's a little efficiency. So all they got is a shower and a toilet bowl and a little wash basin and a little kitchenette.
Right.
But that's 1,500. Okay.
And how many people are sharing bathrooms in your situation?
Well,
you said you have 7 rooms?
No, I've got 3 rooms. Each 2 of the rooms got 2 persons each, and one other room has 1 person. So there's 5 persons. They're sharing a bathroom and a half, because I have 1 full bathroom and then I have a half bathroom.
Okay.
Right. And then my section is separate, so I have my own bathroom and facilities and so on and so forth. But saying that to say this, kept out a guy. He came and paid the $900. He said, well, he could only give me $300 toward the deposit, but the next week he would pay the $600. I said, okay, that's fine. Gave him a receipt for the $900 plus a different receipt for the $300. When the next week came, he didn't come to pay the $600. But yet I already have the two people living inside the place, and both of them are working. So between the three of them, they could not come up with the $600 when they were supposed to. So I called the person. I said, listen, I need you to come to the house, that we need to have a conversation. So when he came, I said, do you have the $600? He said, no. I said, well, okay, listen, let's do it this way. Let the people that are here, let them stay and live out the month's rent. Don't worry about giving me the $600 again. I will hold on to the $300 that you gave me as a deposit. And when their time comes and expire, if the room is in satisfactory condition, you will get your $300 back. So that was how we parted. But then I have the people inside the place that are being very ridiculously nasty. They go, they use the bathroom, they leave the toilet lit up, they don't flush the bathroom, they go in the kitchen, they mess up the kitchen floor with cooking, they leave the store dirty, they leave dirty dishes in the sink. Police had to come to my residence 2 different consecutive nights, Friday night and Saturday night, that it had almost resulted in me getting myself in some serious problems. So I have now given all 5 of them eviction notice. And I will never rent to another Jamaican person in Cayman. I will lock up my place first. Thank you, Sandra.
All right, my dear. What a mess. This person on Instagram says, Mr. Douglas says that some Jamaicans are afraid to pay the deposit because this comment says some Jamaicans are afraid to pay the deposit because some landlords don't want to give the deposit back when they're ready to leave. So folks, listen, y'all need to understand how landlord and tenancy situations work. If you go to rent from someone, the two of you will be entering into a contract. If you don't like the terms of the contract, which includes the deposit that's required, et cetera, then you don't sign the contract. You go somewhere else and you find someone who doesn't have those terms that you're looking for or that you don't want. Okay? So if you're not going to pay a certain amount of money, if you are not going to, you don't want to pay a deposit, I don't think you're going to find any landlord that is going to allow you to move into their place really without paying some form of a deposit. Now, I noticed some of the comments here talking about $900 is a lot of money, that's a ripoff. So Sarah says, this is ridiculous, $900 for room, shame on you. Faded Mary Jean says, hell for y'all, $1,500, Jesus Lord. Anna Wicked for $900. John LaRue says a friend of mine rents a studio for $2,000 US, which includes everything. AC, internet, water, laundry, etc. When you say laundry, does that mean somebody's actually doing the laundry for them or just that they have a laundry there? They have a wash and dryer. So Elaine was asking how many people are sharing the bathroom, like how many bathrooms are there? And Marcia says, not all of us, sir. I used to live there and I always paid my rent and the due date, and my same Jamaican people who I share a room with turned on me saying I'm showing off because as rent due, I run and pay it. Some of them want to live free. Miss Marcia, what is it that you're saying now? Let me try to work my brain around what you've just said. So you're saying that because you were in a housing situation where you were sharing, your other Jamaicans look down on you to say that you're trying to show off and live large because you paid your rent on time? Because that's what you're supposed to do, is pay your rent on time? Oh my God. Sarah says, so you're just trying to get rich off the backs of poor people. And again, let's be very, very clear here, folks. Someone could rent you anything. I see somebody in women's group who came in trying to rent their car for the month for like $3,000 or something. So basically they're here in Cayman, don't have the finances to be here, broke. And so their solution to being broke is that they will lease their car. You give them $3,000. They're gonna, I think they changed the term from leasing to pawning their car for $3,000. So they intend to pay it back. Once they pay it back, then they'll get their car back. I've never even heard of such an arrangement before. It's very, very puzzling how they intend to do that, especially since they're obviously not a Caymanian, don't have a business license to do this, and they're going to be making money off of this situation. They might want to check their immigration status first before posting that all over social media. But anyway, this is their grand scheme. They need $3,000 because they claim that they paid for their work permit twice. And they showed bank statements showing that they paid for their work permit. I have so many questions. Like, why are they paying for their own work permit? They claim WRC accidentally charged them twice for the permit. Why are you paying for your permit at all? That's also against the laws of the Cayman Islands. Y'all just allowing, it's like a free-for-all out there. Y'all allowing any hot mess of a situation to go on. And if you can't, to that previous video's point, if you can't afford to live here, you shouldn't be here, right? You should not be suffering in this country. It is better for you to go back in your own country where you probably have more flexibility. You have people that you can work with. You have more options available to you, all that good stuff. It is much better that you do that than, staying here and suffering, quite frankly. Furman says, I paid $1,300 for a small room and I paid $1,000 and up to now. He refused to answer my calls and texts. What a disgrace. This is the fellow there, but didn't he message you on Friday and say that he was going to, I know you called on Thursday. Didn't he say that he was going to return your deposit, that supposedly he's off island? But I thought he had messaged you. And the two of you had agreed on some sort of a payment situation. So this is the other thing, landlords. When you take people's deposit, that deposit is not meant for you to spend it and do whatever. You're supposed to be putting that deposit in an escrow account, interest-bearing escrow account or whatever. But basically, that money is supposed to stay separate so that when people give you notice and they leave, you are able at the end of their tenancy, right? Once they give their notice, you go and you do your inspection and you're supposed to be in a position to give them their money back. So I really can't take you landlords who feel like you give it back when you feel like it and that you're going to nitpick and find everything wrong with the unit outside of natural wear and tear. You're not supposed to, natural wear and tear. You're not supposed to charge people for natural wear and tear, but y'all want to charge them for everything just to ensure that you don't get the money to give back to them because you don't have it. You've already spent it. And that's completely wrong. And you see, this is where a landlord and tenancy board, at the very minimum, or dedicated area of the court could really deal with these types of situations. So Stacy says, you sound like one landlord I wouldn't want to rent from, plus you live on the property. What a mess. Damien says it's simple. You pay the security deposit, rent, and ask for an official lease, and the receipt is binding in court also. Aliano says it's simple. Read the contract. El Rey says you had bad tenants from all countries. Deposit normally mirrors the rental. Johan talking about he would rent to Don Marlin Hill. Real bad man, sir. I'm glad to not be in the rental situation anymore. And I'll tell you what, I really expedited getting out of that when I moved back to Cayman, because I rented at first, you come back home. And I saw the madness even then. And folks, this was like over 20 years ago. I saw the madness. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. And I thought, you know what? I would rather be beholden to the bank and owe them money than to have to deal with these landlords, because these landlords are not easy either. Good morning, caller.
That landlord needs to be studied and investigated, because at the end of the day, if you're renting to someone, how does he know that they piss and leave the toilet seat up and they don't flush the toilet? You be inside of their room when they're not there. That is creepy.
Well, it sounds like he's living in the house. I mean, he can certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like he's living in the house, and I don't know if he's one of the ones sharing that one bathroom, because remember now he's saying 2 people per room, and there was 3 rooms? So that's 2, 4, 6. That is way too many people using one bathroom, first of all.
I can't live with my landlord. I just can't do it. Because when Romping Shop starts, he's not going to be hearing no gospel music. Goodbye.
Lord have mercy. Not only, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't want to live with a landlord either. It's the same reason why I don't really believe in living with domestic helpers or anybody that works for you, for that matter, not just domestic, but anybody else. But in addition to that many people sharing one bathroom? Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
No, sir.
Well, sometimes you have people that share, and they're
7 people sharing one bathroom?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking in a different home, like a 1-bedroom apartment, and you rent it to one person and they get somebody to share. Because I always said that I'm renting to one person. I don't rent to 3, 4 person in one place. I have a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom. And the next one will come and tell you how the next one don't do this. The next one, I said, I didn't even know you were sharing. That's going to be between you all. So sometimes I'm just saying for him, because that's too much people in a place. I don't do that.
Yeah. Right
now I have somewhere for rent, and they said, Mom, the place is so big. Can I get this? No. And the next thing what happened, I got a valuation in March. And when the guy did the valuation in March, and it was DDL, which is a great company, it's not like one of those. When he did it, he wanted to put on, I hadn't had a valuation in 15 years? I can't remember, but it was a long time since I got a valuation. And he wanted to put 300 on there. And I was like, but look at my place. He said, yes, it's well kept, blah, 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 everything. He said, it's good. So I said, why would you put it? He said, because your rental is too low. I said, really? So you do a valuation based on my rent?
So did he ask you what the rental was?
Yeah, when they're doing a valuation and it's a commercial property, yes. So he asked me, so he was saying, yes, I'm putting this out there because I didn't know this either. So this might be something for somebody else in my position. I just questioned things because it wasn't right for me. And I know how the market has escalated, and the amount that he were telling me, I was like, no, sir. And so he made me know that my rent was too cheap, because some people has been living there 6, 7 years, and I have not raised the rent. I'm about to, because the insurance has gone up, mortgage has gone up. But so when he told me that, I was like, what difference does that have to do with the billing? He said, the problem is the billing is a commercial and it's not a residential. He said residential value doesn't matter once a place is capped and whatever. But he said when it's commercial, it's based on rental.
Okay.
So he said you have to carry up your rent. So let me
ask you a question now, though, because this is very, very interesting what he's trying to do. Is do you actually pay insurance based on a commercial property or residential?
Yes. You pay based on a commercial.
Okay. No, because I was going to say if there was a disparity there in, how you're actually paying for that, then I wouldn't agree that he has a right to
let me tell you now, you do. Yeah, well, I did, and I called another company. They said the same thing. So I don't know if it's all of them, but I know, and it was DDL, and that's a reputable company and everything.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And my insurance went from 17,000
so
to
now
4,000.
They're going to force landlords who might want to keep their rent reasonable. They're going to force them to increase their rent in order for you to get the.
I had to increase my rent.
Valuation.
I had to increase my rent. Yes, I had to increase my rent. So when I did that, my value went up almost like $600,000 more. Okay, so it's like a monopoly out there. and I don't know who playing it, but then you get caught in there and you got to pay your mortgage, you got to pay insurance. Insurance went double for me because when the value went up again, I guess that was another thing. So,
oh my gosh.
Yeah. So I went from
That is
17 to
interesting.
34. So I just put it out there because, people might not know sometimes and you feel bad, but my hands are tied. I got to pay my insurance. I got to pay my mortgage. So then I went to those that's been living there that was paying me $1,200 and the apartment is huge. And I said, listen, I got to take time and go up on you. I can't just hit you because, you've been here a long time. So I'm going to increase you by $150. And they're still there. So I increased by 150 to 1,350. And I said, I'm going to have to increase again next year. So I said, you could either find somebody, but I'm going to have to do the increase. So that is that sometimes everything you see is not just exactly what it is. It's other things behind it. It's just that we can't tell everybody like how we can on a show, and you can hear for yourself. You don't have that availability to people. So they might say, oh, that apartment is 1,500. But I'm not talking about that with all these rooms because I don't believe in that. Every place that I rent has its own living and kitchen and dining and all of the facilities.
Yeah, I think we might, part of the tenancy board is we need to have inspections, property inspections and stuff as well, because some of these places are just not fit for rent.
It's true. Well, I just had inspection for mine because I applied to do Airbnb with some of the units. And, she said, what a beautiful place, whatever. And she took it and I got the passes. So, that's what I'm saying. I tried not to. I have a smaller one that is, a house that was divided before me. But then I still keep it up and it's still the same thing. It's just the amount of people should be in there and they have their own kitchen, living and dining, and that's the problem. So when they see a big place, they call you back. They say, hey, I said, no, you can't do it. People, I'm sorry. So I will have mine and not rent it because I'm not going to do that. It's big enough that if they have a child and it's 2 children and 4 adults, I will see with that, because it's hard for parents now also. But then they have to be good behaving because when they go on the walls, your things, it's all marked up and tear up and, so that again is something that you have to, see who it is you're putting in. But yes, that's what it is now. So if you're in a commercial property and your rent isn't up to whatever the renting is going on in your area, then your billing is value for less. Think about that.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Carl. I appreciate it.
Okay, bye.
Wow. Well, that's interesting. What a mess. Okay, then. What a hot mess. I don't know. Landlord-tenant situations, honey chill. All right. So some of you, Johan, I think I'm going to diagnose Johan with ADHD because he doesn't seem to be able to stick to one topic for too long before he be requesting people to move on. So this question of who's nasty versus who's not nasty. Listen, anybody has the potential to be nasty regardless of where they're from. Okay. So some people, they may just have grown up nasty in a nasty environment. So they're not used to nothing. It just depends on the individuals. So I don't want to pigeonhole people as being nasty or not nasty just because of a particular nationality. I've known people from all walks of life, poor people, rich people, some nasty, some not nasty. Some rich people are some of the nastiest people in the world and they don't have no excuse. It's not like they can't buy cleaning supplies and clean and whatever. So let's not go down that rabbit hole. But, I do think that if you have a place and you want to maintain certain standards, you've got to ensure that you make this very, very clear to your tenants. And you know what some landlords are doing now? They provide the cleaning crew. So they say, okay, I'm going to have someone come in, once a month, once a week, whatever, and they do the cleaning. and then you're going to just pay for the cleaning. And that way there is some degree of reassurance that the place is being kept to a particular standard. Now, obviously, the tenant has to agree to that. But when you have 7 people using a kitchen area, I can't imagine that would be the most sanitary place in any event, regardless of how much you try to clean it. Listen, dirt and dust and stuff has a way of infiltrating your house. You don't even be home and you come back and there's dust and dirt and you sweep and you're like, where'd all this stuff come from on the floor? Around here getting swept every single day, and I'd be looking at the pile of dust. I'm like, where did it come from? We don't walk with shoes in the house. Where's all this come from? Charlotte manages to get in one way or the other. So, I don't know. It's a hot mess. Al says all these properties renting per room beyond what they were built for. No wonder so many septic systems failing inspections, not built for what they're being forced to handle. Not only septic systems, Scott, but remember the guy with the, I need to go see if his generator's still on. The house has been condemned with all of he was arrested, I think, finally. All of the windmills and what was the other thing? Generators and all kind of stuff. That was a clear fire hazard. One of these days, a fire is going to break out at one of these properties and somebody's going to be killed. Now, I'm not putting my goat mouth in anybody, but remember what I said about the Civic Center? The Bodden Town Civic Center with all the migrants there. And I said that is a disaster, a human rights disaster, and causing people their life disaster waiting to happen. Did y'all miss the report the other day that there was an actual fire there? When you see how the place is jerry-rigged with all this electrical stuff, but this government is conveniently turning a blind eye to the situation. And when a fire breaks out and lives are lost, then they're going to have somewhat of blood on their hands. Now, I'm not putting my goat mouth in anybody, but I'm telling y'all that's exactly what's going to happen. So y'all just got your warning the other day. I said it from months ago when I went there and saw the conditions that those poor people are living in. And the government has permitted that to happen and has turned a blind eye how a building has essentially been turned into shanty town, because that's what it is, right? With electrical wires coming out of every nook and cranny, and they're jerry-rigging. And that facility was not built for that. Speaking to Scott's point, it was not built for that, none at all. And so, anything happens in there and you have 50, 60 people cramped into one space, you all sit there. Blackberry says honest and respectable landlords have their expenses to manage as well. I think a lot of people forget that the cost of living increases affect landlords too. Like that, this last caller said property insurance is a killer, along with maintenance and repair expenses. And, listen, the truth of the matter is you have to recognize that there is a degree of cost of doing business. So when you're in business, I saw somebody the other day posting up something, and I want to talk about the Circus a little bit here as well. But I saw someone post up about oh Lord, what's it called again? Oh, credit card machines. And they're like, encouraging people, don't use cash because, don't use bank cards because it costs the small businesses, like they were saying something like it cost them the equivalent of one person's salary or whatever. And I thought to myself, that's interesting. What I think is really, really bizarre what I think is really, really bizarre is people get into business and they don't think about the real cost of actually doing business. And so, all of these things, that's part of the cost of doing business. So I'm confused when people don't factor those things in. So they're saying, we can't make it if people have to use credit cards. Well, there's a lot of people, and I'm one of those people, who's not likely to patronize your business if you only accept cash, because 99.99999% of the time, I'm not a person who has any cash on me. So now you're forcing me to, go out of my norm, to inconvenience myself, go to an ATM machine, take out cash in order to come and do business with you, because I pay when I take out cash. So you don't want to pay for somebody to have the convenience of using a debit or credit card, but you want me to pay for taking out cash and then and I pay for using a debit card too, but that's the convenience. I'm happy to pay for it. Right? So yes, you pay for the convenience of having, being a merchant and the bank being able to deposit that money into your account. You see, nobody wants to bear the cost of doing business. And landlord tenancy situations, it is a form of business. Now, in this country, nobody is taxing you on it yet. Nobody's forcing you to get a license yet. You know, in other countries, it is highly regulated. Even in Cuba, if you are renting, especially to tourists, what do they call the little rental homes again? I've been there so many times, I should know this. But they have the rental homes and they have to account for it. And they pay probably, I guess, what's the equivalent of their little tourism tax. Here in the Cayman Islands, once you get into the Airbnb market, you pay 13%, or is it 11%, 13%? Accommodation tax, just like the hotels. And all of these things are cost of doing business. The upkeep of your property, the maintenance, the lawn, the this, the that. Now, some of those things you would be, thank you, Damien, casa particulars. Some of those things you'd be doing anyway if you were living in the property. And other things you wouldn't be doing if you were living in the property. So you've got to sit down and look at the pros and cons. Not every landlord is in an extremely lucrative situation. A lot of landlords, in fact, are not making any money at all. And so, you know, you've got to look at the pros and cons. This is where you need to have a business sense about yourself. And if it's not making you any money, then stop your complaining. So, you know, what else are you going to do? So somebody said this is a group in front of the LA building this morning that want the pier. No news media here. We've been here since 7:30. Well, obviously I can't be there because I got a show to do. So I didn't tell y'all what time to go out there. I mean, that was on you all. If you wanted news media, then, you know, I can't do it. I can't be in two places at one time. I haven't quite figured that out yet. Oh, again? What a hot mess. All right, let me see here. Just checking a few messages. All right, let me just, Ingrid, yes, gracias, muchas gracias. Do they have a permit to protest, says Scott. As far as I know, they did get permission from the relevant authorities, which would just be the police. So as a landlord, I keep the security deposit for 30 days post move out. Some issues don't present themselves until later. And sometimes it's easy to determine if the issue, sometimes it's easy to determine if the issue is as a result of the previous versus new tenant. Did you mean to say it's not easy or it is easy? I am one such landlord that is breaking even because the mortgage, insurance, and maintenance, I'm grateful that I'm able to keep my property tenanted and that I'm not in the hole with the units. As long as the units continue to pay for themselves, I don't see a need to tear off people's head with higher rents. And I mean, unfortunately, a lot of that isn't happening. One person says we need to hear from the tenants in that situation. So, I mean, unfortunately, a lot of people have to understand that it's not necessarily going to be a profitable business. I mean, I think the reason why people invest in rental properties is because they see the long game. It's just like with your pension. It's a long game situation. It's not about the short-term benefits. So if you're breaking even, consider yourself lucky if you're not out of pocket. But the position is that eventually your property will be mortgage free, and that will be an investment for you and your children and their children, because you have a little piece of property that then you can rent out maybe in your senior years when, at that point, hopefully you've already paid off the mortgage. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandy. How are you?
Morning, dear. Not bad. How you doing?
Thanks. Pertaining to the discussion for rent, if government would stop dragging their foot and put a proper rental board in, generate jobs for the new students coming out, give them a footing, get this in place, do a bank account that it is required by all landlords to deposit the money into the bank under a governmental program which gives the tenants access to go and monitor it. At the end of their tenancy, both the tenant and the landlord has to agree. The landlord would then put into the system if there any money that needs to be paid for any damages, it will be deducted. Then the tenant gets it. That means the money does not stay in the landlord's hands. They do not have the opportunity to spend the money, and the renter has they have the access then to get the money sent directly to them. So if they would stop dragging their foot and put the proper things in place, the renter will be protected, and so will the landlord. Okay.
Yeah,
That's fine.
it is certainly one way of doing it. I'm always hesitant of having too much government interference, right? Have you ever tried to get a refund check from government?
Well, government don't really have the say over it. It would be they could say it. You have a private company that is going to handle it, for example, and it's all set up. Government don't have to be in it, but if they put the proper board there, this then is set up and a company spearheads everything. Nobody gets the control over the money besides when the tenant going in, it's then reviewed. The landlord say, okay, we had these X amount of dollars in damages. This has to be taken out of the deposit. Then the company that handles it would just deposit the money back to the tenant indirectly to their account. So government wouldn't have any say into that. However, if they put everything in place that that this could be done, it will eliminate all of this issue of the landlords taking the money and spending it. It would help everybody. And it would also make the tenant know that you will not get this money back in full if there are damages, because the landlord would put in their section and say, okay, we had X amount of damages and this is what it costs. So here what? It then get reviewed. They have to produce their costs. They just can't do it, but they have to submit the estimates or whatever, and it gets reviewed. This is decide. So then, okay, that portion goes to the landlord. This is what the tenant gets back. So they need to put the proper things in place to eliminate all of this. Next thing is, I want to talk about all these work permit holders doing illegal businesses. There are tons of work permit holders doing businesses without proper license that should not be conducting businesses as a work permit holder. I think that's something that needs to be addressed.
Thank you so much, caller. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Have a good
it very
day.
much. You too.
Okay.
Yeah, I tell you one thing for sure is we have a lot of issues that need to be addressed in this country. That's why, those of you who think like the storm guy that we have it figured out, not so fast, Speedy Gonzalez. We have a lot to do. So thank you to Mr. Dave Miller. He sent saying that there's a group in front of the LA this morning that want the pier. No news media here. We've been here since 7:30. So like I said, obviously I have a show to do, so I can't be there. And he feels like the media is being biased. No one has shown up for our side, he says, very biased reporting. Well, I can't speak for anybody else. What I can only say is when this was organized, what you do as a group that's organizing it is you properly reach out to the media and you advise them that's happening. Now, someone did reach out yesterday, but the timing that you guys are doing it, I can't yet clone myself. So there's only so much that I can do. So she said, okay, they're going to have someone contact April and the girl from the Compass. All right, there you go. Someone else said that they had, hi, Sandra, lots of people who earn a living from the cruise industry rallying across in Parliament this morning. I wouldn't define that as a lot. I'm going to be honest now. We all have different definitions. But I wouldn't define this as a lot. The other thing I would say is one person, who are these people? Because the vast majority of them are Indian, and they're wondering if their employers are forcing them to be out there. I can't answer that question. So how many people? Somebody do the count for me. Somebody count the number of people that are standing up there, and then we can define a lot. But I wouldn't personally call that a lot. But there are people asking me, who are these people? Because a lot of them are clearly not Caymanians. And they said, well, if these people are not even Caymanians and they can't vote, is this a situation where employers are forcing them to go out there? I obviously cannot answer that question. I do think it is kind of ironic, though, that non-Caymanians, I see a little Filipino lady there, maybe she has status and I don't know anything about it, but I do find it ironic that non-Caymanians would be out there with a placard in their hand about something being done that is going to impact, this country. I would think that would be a decision. That's why it's going to go to referendum, that it is a decision for Caymanians to make. So I don't know who these people are, honey chill. But I see some of them are wearing staff shirts, some red shirts that say staff on the back of it as well. So I don't know how many people I got. 1, 2, I'm just counting legs. I can't see 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's 2 there. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So maybe 30 people. I wouldn't define that as a lot. Vote yes, secure our future, build a pier, vote yes. I'm just reading some of their placards. Build a pier, vote yes. And so Parliament, like I said, is in session today. And this is going to go to a national vote. By the way, some of you are saying that you don't want to vote for anyone. So this question has come up a couple times. And I do have to get some clarification on this because it is an interesting question. So if you are in a constituency and you don't intend to go to the polls and vote, and there's no one there that you want to vote for, I guess obviously that is your choice, although I always suggest to people that they go and vote, that they find the lesser of the evils. Does that mean then if you don't show up and can you go and vote for just the referendum? Or do you spoil your ballot if you go and vote for the referendum and don't vote for candidate? So this is a question that we have to ask Mr. What's his name again? Elections office. Oh Lord, somebody help me out with his name. Mm-hmm. Y'all know who I'm talking about, right? Good morning, Miss Roxy. Howell, yes. Mr. What's his first name? Anyway, yes, Mr. Howell. So I'm going to ask the elections office because I don't know. Can you just show up and vote for the referendum only? Let's see if we can get an answer. Hold on. Let's see if we can call them. All right. Let's see. Because some of y'all like, I ain't voting for nobody, honey chill. But yeah, I think you might have to get out this time. Let's ask the question, because a lot of people ask me this question. Do you spoil your ballot if you just participate in the referendum? So this is one of the dangers, perhaps, of tying it into the election. Mm-hmm.
Elections office, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Is Mr. Howell available by any chance?
Mr. Howell is not actually at this location.
Uh-huh. Okay. I'm not sure if you might know the answer to this or who might know, but you know how the election is coming up now and we have a referendum, right? If somebody comes, can they vote just in the referendum and not for candidate, or does that spoil their ballot?
They're two separate, but let me double check exactly. Okay. Yeah, because they're voted on separately.
Mm-hmm. So they're two different forms, basically.
Yeah. So
right.
They counted. So they have to go in two separate areas, but let me double check to see.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. So this might be good to know, folks. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is a good question. Very good question. Because I wasn't sure exactly how that's going to work. Miss Moya. Mm-hmm. Says my thing is they can protect if they want, if they would like. They can protest, sorry, if they would like, but the general public would like some more analysis of our current numbers with other Caribbean islands with the larger peers, as well as the environmental impact assessment. We're no longer that dumb horse that you can lead to the water. We're not drinking the water.
Hello, elections office.
Yes, hi, good morning. Sandra Hill here. How are you?
I am fine.
Good. We have some listeners who have a question. I actually had the same question as well. If someone comes to vote in the referendum, but they're not actually voting for candidate, are they being treated separately so I can vote just for the referendum and not for candidate?
I believe so, but I'm not sure. And the young lady that could answer that is not here at the moment. Okay. Hold on just a moment. I'll find out for you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Solomon, this person is asking if they only want to vote
this
for
person's asking.
Referendum and not for a candidate. Okay. Hello, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
You can vote for whoever or whatever you want to,
Okay.
The candidate or the referendum.
So it's completely separated?
Yes, they are.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate the clarification.
All right. You're welcome.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
You too.
All right. So that's good news. So you don't have to vote for candidate. It sounds like it's separated areas. You go one area, you vote for your candidate if you want. If you don't want to go into that section to vote for anybody, you don't have to. You go and vote for the referendum. So there you go. So make sure y'all get out and vote. It's very, very important to do so. So Ms. Moya saying that she needs more information. She says, we're no longer that dumb horse that can be led to the water. We're not drinking the water. We'd like to make informed decisions going forward. And I agree, there's too many questions that it appears that nobody has answered in relation to this peer. Like, I can't say yes or no on a peer when you don't have enough information. You don't have the impact study to think about how much of an impact, it's going to have an impact, but how much of an impact on the environment? What's the cost? How is it going to be paid for? I mean, all those things matter in your decision. Like, I'm really surprised that there are people who are saying, well, they're able to say yes or no, based on what? Even the people who say no, I'm like, based on what? Are you saying that there's no form of a peer? There's no compromise? There's no, if they figured out how to pay for it without it impacting us, or if they, you're trying to tell me that there's absolutely no way, shape, or form that you agree that a peer would be something that you would consider. To me, there's just not enough information on either side of this argument, and the risk is too great that you could potentially be taking. So Johan says protesters look like a healthy dose of employees on work permits of certain businesses, but not the actual owners of the businesses, etc. Pamela says, so is for a better for Cayman, and they not out protesting. I'm not sure I understand that, Pamela. You might want to clarify that. Teus says that caller's heart is in the right place, but that wouldn't work. And then it's also open up a whole new can of worms on that matter. Who will pay all of those employees? Scott says, what's the point of a non-binding referendum? If it don't count, save the money and open up an online survey. And that too, I think, Scott, is significant. Why have a referendum that then you can ignore the results on? It is very, very bizarre, Scott. I agree, if it's non-binding, that's a waste of money. Aliano says, yes, we need a dock, but Georgetown is already landlocked and the infrastructure is unviable for further development. We have a lots of questions here. So this person says, I guess Kenneth hasn't mentioned this one yet. Why are the cruise lines looking to build smaller ships? Sounds like they're missing a big part of that business. Oh, I will have a look at that. All right. Hillsborough County has now issued mandatory evacuation, folks, for zones A and B. So ahead of Hurricane Milton, which is now a Category 4 storm. Did y'all hear that? Category 4, folks. What a mess. People living in mobile and manufactured homes, no matter the zone, are under mandatory evacuation due to the threat of storm surge. And for your own safety, you must evacuate your home. They're urging people to be in a safe location by 7 a.m. on Wednesday morning. So Manatee County, they have an extreme weather dashboard as well that has been issued. Folks, you just want to get out of the way of the storm, I think. And Pinellas County has stated that mandatory evacuations for their long-term care facilities, assisted living facilities, and hospitals in zone A, B, and C, they're coordinating directly with those facilities to make sure that the most vulnerable residents have time to relocate to safety in the event that they get severe impacts from the storm. So, of course, all of those residential homes and hospitals could easily be impacted in a negative way by hurricane of this magnitude. All right. So we got some more pictures here from the port. Again, a lot of people saying, where are the Caymanians here? This one says, do it now. Think first, the future. I'm not sure I understand that. Do it now. Think first, the future? What do you mean think first, the future? Think. Oh, finally some Caymanian faces, looks like. Beautiful. We're in their Caymanian shirts. Think first, the future. Okay. All right. Let me show you some more pictures. Think first, the future. I'm still trying to figure that one out. Okay. Honey chill. Oh yeah, and somebody else. So someone says they know many answers to the decision-making questions. How would we know? The more videos we show to prove that there's no environmental issues with piers, they still ask the same questions. Cozumel is about the same size as Grand Cayman. They have 3 piers, 9 ships. They're trying to find out how they can add another one. Oh, because there'll never be a stop to it once you start, sounds like. Honduras built the second pier. Dominica is building another pier. Bahamas has many piers to hold over 10 ships. Jamaica has built a pier. So the question perhaps isn't whether or not a pier has been built. It is, has the pier, building of the piers made a difference in what people are spending and by extension then what people are making? Because you're building a pier at significant expense. And what's the reason for it? The reason for it is to accommodate these mega ships. And the reason for that is you all are saying that you're not making enough money. So where's the proof of that? So that's what we need to have discussions of, right? So, you know, again, I invite anyone, just like we have in all conversations of this magnitude, to come and have a roundtable discussion and, you know, put forward your arguments. So bring your evidence and don't bring opinions because, you know, this is an opinion-based show sometimes, but at issues like this, we need some facts. So bring your evidence of what you say is actually an increase in money for these organizations or the companies and individuals. So that's where I would love to see some of the firm numbers. Show where the pier in Jamaica has resulted in increased revenue for those businesses. Because then what's the point really? So it looks like a few Caymanian faces finally in the mix. No pier, no vote. Well, if you don't go out and vote in the election, that will certainly be to your detriment if you choose not to vote in the referendum. So good to know that they're actually going to be separated, but you know, choosing not to vote might not be your best bet either. Mm-hmm. Abby says Cayman experiences the most cruise ship scrubber waste discharge in the world. Ew, that doesn't sound good for the environment. Where are we getting that factual statement from, Abby? Let me know what document that's from. I ask about the money. This person says, any business in Cayman knows that prices goes up every year. Independent taxi and bus drivers are all Caymanians and now sell their tours at $30 per person. Well, that actually isn't the question that I'm asking. That's not the question. Your pricing going up isn't the question. The question is, do you make more money? Not because you're increasing your prices, but because you're getting more passengers, because that's the whole point of saying you want a pier, right? Scott says they don't seem to be calling the referendum under the petition law, but rather under the guise of their own volition. How can they continue to assert the legal responsibility? Because it would then be binding. Yeah, and I was confused that because the previous government, and that was the PPM government, didn't call the referendum when they had the people-initiated referendum petition, because they didn't call it, I was mistakenly under the belief that it was now being called. So I under that, and that isn't the case. The other thing is some of you seem to believe, and I think this is important, we'll have this discussion when we really dedicate some time to the referendum topics, but some of you are under the mistaken belief that we've had a referendum on this already. And to be fair to the minister, in the ministry, we actually haven't. The people did not get an opportunity to have a referendum because, it was refused. So that hasn't happened. But I think some people believe that it has happened when actually that isn't the case. Philip says we need to come up with a plan to fix the beach first, as well as out in place, proper infrastructure, put in place proper infrastructure to handle 2 or 3 of the ships. How many can be at Stingray City at one time, Turtle Farm or Public Beach? So again, at some point you get to critical mass tourism where, nobody enjoys the experience because it's simply too many people. And so that's a problem. And the real question to me is, why is it that the independent tour operators, so these people who operate buses and stuff like that, why are they not making any money? Does it really come down to the numbers? Because my understanding is that some of them are not making any more than they are because they're not signing up with the pre-booking programs that the cruises have, because the cruise ships have the power. We've given them all the power and they control a lot of the tourism market. And so they actually do pre-bookings, which means that at the end of the day, if you're not part of that plan and you haven't signed up for that, then you're not going to make any money anyway. Even if you signed up for that, somebody said to me the other day that they only make of the money that's collected. Hold on, let me tell you what this person said. And keep in mind, I'm not in a position to fact check this. And if somebody is, I would certainly appreciate them providing the details. But someone said to me that my understanding from a credible source, of course, I'd have to get the source documents myself, is that the cruise ships are charging passengers an amount for local tours, but the local tour providers get less than 10% of the cruise ship tour package price. And so if that is the case, my question then becomes, how much money do y'all really think you're going to make even with tours here? And then you become a situation where it's like packing sardines. And listen, we have to have a lot of discussions around this, because quite frankly, what this comes down to is us as a country figuring out what our plan of action is as it relates to tourism overall. So a lack of a tourism management plan is a problem, because then we don't know where the focus area is. Are we focusing on just tourism, cruise tourism? Are we focusing on the priority is going to be people, who stay over? And how much energy and money are we going to be putting and spending into experiences for those two groups? Because they're very, very different groups. One spends exponentially more than the other. And so then does that mean that you invest much more into the stayover market than the non-stayover market? There's a lot of elements to this, folks. And I think that, at the end of the day, having a plan allows you to make data-driven decisions, because without that plan, I dare say you're just shooting in the dark. So we got a lot of questions and simply not enough answers. And I think the place to properly start is with a proper plan. Damien says cruise ship visitors also have vacation scouts for booking stayover tourism in the future. So that's an interesting point, Damien. So let me ask you this. How many then people who come in a cruise ship ever come back? What percentage of those people come back to do a stayover visit? You've got to know the information here. We can't just be having these discussions with pulling information out of the sky. If you say to me 70, 80% of people who come on a cruise will return as a stayover visitor, then I would say to you, wow, that's a fantastic number. And so what that means then is we are having a very, very good return on cruise tourism, reaping some benefits. If you say to me, however, that it's less than 5% or it's 7%, I'm going to go, I'm not so sure that that is worth the time and energy and the actual, damage that you could potentially be doing to your environment. So is that Who is that out there? That guy looks like Elio a little bit, but I don't think that that's him. Anyway, there's some people out there now. Looks like they're getting some attention with some people recording it. So that's good to know. We'll put up some of your videos, folks. Obviously, any protests in the Cayman Islands, we're happy to support the constitutional right to protest, and appreciate you, obviously, doing that. It is interesting that the people on the other side are not protesting yet, and I wonder, what their plan of action is. Philip says every island has different environmental impacts. Many have deep water ports. We don't. Dredging will have to be done and will destroy our beautiful harbor. Drive down Shedden Road any time of day and imagine looking out over the water and seeing nothing but concrete and 20-story cruise ships. Vote no. Abby says International Council on Clean Transportation report. Thank you, Abby. I'll see if I can get my hands on that report. Now, there's so many things that we do here in this country, folks, that we think is going to have a certain result. Again, because we're doing it without proper research, that doesn't seem to bear fruit. One of those things is the current revitalization project that's happening in Georgetown. So permit me to show you this, which was recorded a week ago, at how dead Georgetown is. And I can assure you it has nothing to do with the cruise ships. It's just that Georgetown is becoming more and more of a ghost town because of this so-called revitalization project, which actually, ironically enough, seems to be killing Georgetown and not revitalizing it. My God. Hold on a second here. This was some video that I grabbed last week. Ships are in. The place still looks like a desert town. So anyway, have a look for yourselves. What a mess. Okay, so we're in Georgetown, folks, where we've had a number of businesses reach out to us about the construction in town and what this pedestrianization of Central Town has done for the businesses here. And maybe that this is the real reason that they're suffering, and it has nothing to do with the cruise ships. But as it turns out, we have spent an enormous amount of money on making this beautiful with palm trees and pedestrian walkways and whatever. And yet stores are completely dead. Folks, it's midday, and you'd be expecting to see a lot of foot traffic in and out of all of these stores. And I can tell you the little amount that is here is shocking and surprising. People are not utilizing this area. The visitors are not utilizing this area. I don't know exactly what the full vision was for this, but there are people now who are arguing that even this part of the Georgetown revitalization project is a failure because people don't even walk through this section. They're walking around it. And unfortunately, the lack of foot traffic is meaning that these businesses are suffering. Not a single client from any cruise ship right now can be seen in any of these stores. You have multiple jewelry stores, multiple clothing stores, and they are even restaurants, a few restaurants, and it's completely empty. No one in them. We'll go down on the other section there, but I wanted to show you guys this section first. But basically, staff are, I guess they're cleaning or sitting at the counter and literally falling asleep. So the truth of the matter is the revitalization of Georgetown might actually be killing Georgetown. Isn't that ironic? Somebody missed the memo on what the vision should actually be. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think that this was a good idea? I mean, there's no place here for people to like sit or anything in this section. They've taken away parking spots. So even the locals who may have wanted to come on their lunch breaks to, get a little something to eat or whatever, if they're not in walking distance, unfortunately, are unable. Oh, look, finally some tourists. They're unable to do so because this area here is just dead. That's it. Wow. Now it is slow season, to be fair. So, when it's the height of the season, we can certainly have a look and see if this changes significantly. So we see a couple over in that area by the mall down there, Bayshore Mall. Not a whole lot of traffic here today. So we're going to come back another day when there's lots of traffic, when there's more cruise ships in port than not. Let's put it that way. And then sort of see what the traffic is here. But again, there are numerous businesses that have reached out who have said, Sandy, we are suffering because of the construction. We've seen multiple restaurants that have already closed as a result of this never-ending construction project at the end of the street. So we shall see. Here's another couple. There you have it, folks. I said, it looks like the chicken's getting more used to the place than anybody else. So yeah, I mean, even when cruise ships are not in, you used to have locals who would come down here and, use their lunch hour to do a little bit of shopping and stuff. Is this store closed permanently? That one looks like it's time zone. This looks like this locked up. Oh, wow. Yeah, that one looks completely empty in there. Huh, empty shelves. Nothing happening in there, none at all. Whoa. We see a few more people here now. Not spending any money though. No bags in hand. Well, continuing to walk to see if we can see any more action going on here. Final call, 80% off. Trying to give out flyers and stuff. No luck there. What a mess. All right, folks. So there are some people who, will speak off camera who are basically saying that they're hoping that the construction is now wrapping up and is about to end. Oh, they got one customer in there. He's obviously not a tourist, but still, that's good. So they're hoping that, there'll be some improvements here shortly in terms of the foot traffic. But, I think the problem, unfortunately, is that, hi guys, how are you? I think the problem really is going to be that they have actually taken away parking spots with this revitalization. And I mean, I'm not really sure I'm quite understanding the vision for this whole section here, this extension of the walkway in any event. So they're hoping that this is almost completed. I mean, I can't believe it's taken this long. for this to even be done. Which, to be fair to them, they had to do some underground work. But my God, on a day like today now, you see all of this for this sort of cosmetic improvement. Why? What's going to go in there? Fountain? Like what is that? And, we've lost multiple spots now, parking spots high because of it. And I'm still trying to understand the logic of, what it's intended to do. So, interesting. All right, let's see if that's going to be worth it. Lots of businesses around here are suffering, unfortunately, because of this project. Now, look at this. This normally is a couple parking spots. Those are all gone now because of having to put the material here. There's absolutely nobody working on it today. So I'm not sure why everyone's on break. It looks like they just really have some paving finishing touches to be done. But again, the road has been, the public road now has been narrowed significantly into what was one lane anyway, but then it was a bit broader, has now been significantly narrowed to just that little bit right there that you see for people to try to traverse through, which means that, even some of the bigger vehicles now will be very close to running over this this brickwork here. So definitely slows down traffic quite a bit coming into this area. I guess he missed the tape, the caution tape that's up that says don't walk on it. Hello, honey. How are you? Good. Yep. He walked right on it. What a mess. Ay. They still have it corded off, people. You're not supposed to be walking on it yet. Just to be clear. But anyway, there you have it. How many months did it take to complete this paving work? That's it? That's all they're going to do is pave it? Wow. Pretty crazy. All right, folks, if you are a business in Georgetown that wants to talk to us about how this has impacted. Hi, how are you? Good. If you're a business here in town that has been impacted by this revitalization from the lack of parking spots, et cetera, this is what it's supposed to look like. It's supposed to be a bustling hub, a bustling center. I don't see it happening yet, but maybe they know something that we don't know. Please contact us and let us know what your thoughts are and how you see this working out for the local businesses. We know that a number of them have already closed, especially the ones here on this side. Multiple restaurants and others are saying that they're struggling. They've seen a significant reduction in foot traffic, which they say is a direct result of the construction that is happening here in this area. All right, folks, so we'll continue to monitor the situation. Again, small to medium-sized businesses say that they're struggling and they want this project to hurry up and be completed to see, how it's going to assist them, if at all. And here's the question. How many of you, the revitalization is here, how many of you think that this was what Georgetown needed to be revitalized? What they need to revitalize it is to get some of these owners of the buildings to try and paint some of the buildings, because the buildings themselves need a bit of revitalization. No paint, no nothing on them. They look horrible, actually. Looks like they're about to fall apart. So maybe we could try revitalizing more than just the one street. All right, folks, weigh in, and in the comment section below. What a hot mess. So we'll put that up for you guys to comment on it for sure. My question is putting up palm trees and pavers. That's the grand plan for revitalizing this area. I'm not so sure that that's a well thought out plan. Could it be that the market has changed? Like what tourists are actually looking for isn't what they were looking for 25, 30 years ago? How many of you go on a cruise to buy jewelry and perfumes? And yet, down that street, 99% of those businesses, I think every single one, there is a gelato store. So you might pop in and get some gelato, some nice gelato ice cream. There's no coffee shops. There's no dining down that street, nothing else. It's perfumes and expensive jewelry. How many of you go on vacation to do that? I'm just asking. I mean, maybe try refreshing Shaka Zulu. We should have audio. But I'm confused. Nope, audio looks good. I'm confused about why you go on vacation and these types of businesses think that you're going to be flocking to their stores. I get the little trinket stores. You might buy one or two little t-shirts and whatever. Those are the tourist trap stores. But are you really looking for these other items? Maybe they need to adjust their market in terms of what they are offering. I mean, times change and people change, and, you know, what people purchase and what they don't purchase, I think also changes. So there is a lot of thought that needs to go into what you consider revitalization and how you're going to get there. Okay. So thanks, Mr. Miller, for sharing. He shared in the group. Somebody said that they have a WhatsApp group of 500 plus and they can't even get 10% of those people to show up. People are not even willing to put their money where their mouth is, bunch of jokers. I'm very familiar with this process, and pre-booked tours are simply not fair to local operators. So why aren't the local operators in conjunction with the government trying to do a better job at negotiating that to make it, I mean, 1.3 million people is a lot of people. Because you guys are not getting a fair share of the pie doesn't mean that the solution is to get more people here. So shout out to Everett Leon Gould. Gould? How do I pronounce their last name? Gould. He is commenting saying that obviously he's watching the show in the group, and he said that Philip Wood is spreading misinformation as usual on the CMR live stream. Well, thanks, Leon, for watching. I didn't know that you were a fan of the show. But anywho, we appreciate you watching. So there he is watching and reporting back to the group. Listen, it's a public show. Obviously, people will share their opinions. And I can't remember which comment that is of Phillips. But anyway, he's able to share his opinion just like everybody else. Gabby says exactly. Most are just looking to buy a little t-shirt or shot glass, try some real local food and sightsee. Cayman Kind says a huge waste of the people's money. We'll put up a poll. No one that whole, what? Sorry, Kyle says no one, that whole idea was trash. Bring back Senior Frogs. I'm guessing Senior Frogs closed because they were losing money. People are coming to see an island, not a U.S., that they just left to come to the Caribbean to get a Caribbean experience. Strong Will says, when I go on vacation, I want to buy clothes and shoes. Well, I think it depends on where you go as well. I mean, you might buy little trinkets, t-shirt, whatever. Listen, for me, Miami is Florida, the States is kind of a vacation, but it's normally more of a shopping trip than a vacation. When you go on a proper vacation, which, by the way, I'm going on vacation soon, honey child, the 21st, I'm going halfway around the world. When I go on those trips, I ain't doing no shopping. That's not a shopping trip. I'm not looking for clothes. I might get one little, like you go to Greece, you get one little Greek outfit to be able to look like you're a Greek goddess for 5 minutes. And you might get a couple of t-shirts to share with people. You get a couple of trinkets, but it's not a shopping trip. It's an experience. Like you want to go to Santorini and see all the beautiful white buildings and take your, how I did my photo shoot. You take your flowing dress photos. Like you want to have the experience of trying Greek food in Greece. Oh, by the way, best tiramisu in the world at this little restaurant there close to where we stayed. Oh my God. I love me some tiramisu, and honey child, that tiramisu I'm thinking the only place that could probably do better is Italy. So I got to plan an Italian trip soon. But, you go to experience the world. I need to go to Europe. I need to go to Italy. I need to go to Germany. I need to go all art parts of Europe, the UK. You go for the experience. I'm not going there to shop. Sometimes you see something like a little piece of artwork. So we did order some artwork, which we had shipped. It came like 3 months later, but we did ship it. Thankfully, it made it in one piece. It's like the typical like window thing in Greece of like the window and then the Greek scenery and whatever. So that was pretty cool. But really, it's the experience of seeing the Athens Museum, seeing the ruins underneath the museum, which they didn't even know was there, that they discovered it as they were building the museum. Like those are the memories, learning about, culture and history and religious history, how, a lot of these religions existed way before Christianity. And then Christianity came along as a new kid on the block and tried to wipe them out. It's just so fascinating to me. It opens up your mind, like you're mind blown when you hear these things and you see the culture. That for me, that is what I travel for. I don't know about y'all. Yes, I'm going to get the occasional little, like if you go to some places, they'll be like, oh, do the bath and whatever. One thing I'm not doing, do y'all know this experience? I don't know exactly where in the world they do it, but you go to these fish places and you put your foot in the water and then the fish come and eat your feet. Ooh, honey child. When you go on vacation, do not do that experience. Apparently, although the water might be clean, like they clean and disinfect the water, they can't do anything about the fish, right? So the fish carry the bacteria. It's called a fish pedicure. And there are people who are getting, what's it called? What's the disease called again? Anyway, they're having to like amputate limbs and stuff because they're getting diseases from the fish themselves. This fish eating pedicure situation, because they're feeding it on everybody's feet. And some people have, bacteria, whatever on their feet. And there's a woman who actually had, I'm trying to remember, this was recent news, but anyway, she got a really serious infection from this fish pedicure thing. So don't go, they can't do anything about this because it's the fish that have it in their mouths and then they bite you and then they bite another person. And so the spread of zoonotic diseases, infections that originate in animals and then spread to humans. And it can be transmitted. And there's a whole list of those, including MRSA. That's what she had. The resistant staphylococcus, whatever. It's a foot infection that can develop after fish pedicure. And she got that. And then that led to her having to do amputation. Ooh, honey child, you got to make sure these things are safe. So I ain't doing that ish. Ain't no thing to be, nibbling on my feet, no fish. And there's actually even some research that they could spread things like HIV and hepatitis C. Yes, sir. So fish foot spa pedicures could spread diseases such as HIV and hepatitis C. Health experts warned this was back in 2011. The Government Health Protection Agency said that those who are diabetic, have psoriasis or weak immune system, are particularly vulnerable and should not take part in the beauty craze at all. New guidance was published back in 2011 now. This is quite some time. They said the risk of infection for users of the increasingly popular treatment in which dozens of tiny fish nibble dead skin from customers' feet is low, but could not be completely excluded. The agency said that fish tank water contains microorganisms and believes problems could arise from bacteria being transmitted by the pedicures Gara rufa fish from the spa water itself or from one customer to another if the water is not changed. But again, you can change the water, but what you can't change is what the fish have in their mouth, and they're full of bacteria. So if a person is infected with a bloodborne virus like HIV or hepatitis and bleeds in the water, there's a risk the disease could be passed on. So don't do it. It's one of those things that people do, and it's nasty. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. Take it from me. Take it from Auntie. Auntie's warning you not to do it. So back in 2018, a woman had to have her toes amputated after she did one of these fish pedicures. Anywho, you go for experiences, not for shopping. Miss Elaine says, where's the parking? Inspiring says food is a major attraction for visitors. I know it is for me. When I travel, I want to try the food of that country, whatever. When I was in the Bahamas, was the Bahamas that we went to? Oh yeah, we had more crack kunk and more kunk this and kunk. Oh my God, I was so kunked out after that trip. I didn't realize that the Bahamas did so many different types of kunk, but that's their thing. So I was like, all right, let me try it. I'm not going to the Bahamas necessarily to go into a fast food joint. That's what I save my American trips for. When we go to the States, yes, I'm going to go to Cheesecake Factory. I want to go to, what's the other one that we love? Chick-fil-A. Get that Chick-fil-A sauce with those fries. Honey chill. America. Yeah, you got to indulge in a little bit of their fast food and whatever. So food is a big thing. The little cafes and restaurants, food stalls. Although food stalls, if they're not properly, let me put it this way. Where we're going on our next trip, the public nurse said, don't eat from food stalls, honey child. Stick with the restaurants and the hotel food, because they've had issues with people eating in the food stalls and getting all sorts of nasty bacteria. And unfortunately, you can't see bacteria. You don't know what's in the food, especially when it's cooked. It can mask odors that it's not really good and all that kind of stuff. And trust me, I've gotten some serious food poisoning when I went to Panama for the first time. Oh my God. I was up, me and the toilet became friends overnight, best friends. I had to beg Marlon to go to the pharmacy for me. We weren't yet married. So, these are things that test somebody, whether you know that, yeah, okay, this could be husband material. And I was like, okay, this is what you want to say in Spanish to get me some medicine. This is how you say stomach and whatever. And he's like, I said, just take this down on the phone and show this to them. Use the translator app because I need something for my stomach. Oh my God, one of the worst cases, and I think it was some pork. Certain foods you'd probably stay away from when you travel as well. I had some pork at one of the restaurants when we went to the city. We were out in the country and had fresh fruit and everything. That was great. When we went in the city for the second part of the trip, the first meal we had there was a local restaurant. I had some pork I probably shouldn't have. That's how you get those brain-eating worms from pork, undercooked pork. And my stomach just ripped me apart. Oh my God, it was the worst. Anyway, and then that was the day we were supposed to be going to the Panama Canal. I was like, oh man, I gotta get something to settle my stomach, which I have IBS anyway. So I know that my stomach have to be very, very careful with food. Anywho, Kyle says Georgetown has 20 stories selling the same ish. The little market they had closed for another sell the same shit store. By the way, even the market there, what's it called again? The craft market, I hear, not doing too well, and nobody in the ministry is talking to them or resolving any of their issues or concerns. So, I mean, there are businesses there, and there's stuff there, and nobody's showing people how to promote their stuff, how to be different, how to offer an authentic experience. None of that stuff. So I think there should be a revamping of the tourism product. Kyle asked if I'm going to Little Cayman on vacay. Nope. I've been to Little Cayman once, and it wasn't really a vacay. It was like a day trip. Make that twice. I went for 2. One was for a film thing that I was covering. And then another one was like en route to Cayman Brac. We stopped over for a couple hours with some people. And Little Cayman seems like a very different kind of vibe. I probably couldn't stay there more than a couple days before I start to go stir crazy. But, if you're looking to disengage from society, then that's where it's at. Shaka Zulu says with Italy, make sure that you experience the country. Oh, it's on my bucket list. I want to just go to Italy for the food. Oh my God. Oh yes. Oh, all the pastas, the homemade pasta. Oh my God, I can't wait. Spaghetti, all the linguine and ravioli, and y'all can tell I love pastas. Oh yes. I want to move into some little lady's house in Italy and just have her cook for me for a whole week. Then I come back about 50 pounds heavier. Strong Will says, Santa, you should go to Italy. My sister-in-law is there right now. She said it's really beautiful. Yes, I'm about that life. Inspiring says, exactly. Tourists often interested in learning about the local culture, history, traditions. They enjoy visiting museums, historical sites, art galleries, and markets showcasing local crafts. Even our craft market, 90% of what's there isn't local. It's all made in China and stamped with the Cayman Islands on it. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, Japan is on my list. Although, the Japanese are kind of interesting. The countries with the least amount of diversification culturally are the Asian countries. Like, you don't see a lot of diversity in Japan. There was something I was watching the other day. There's a whole series about half Japanese people, like people who are mixed, and the difficulties that they have like living in Japan, because the Japanese, although they're half Japanese, half black, half Japanese, half white, whatever. And they speak obviously fluent Japanese and yada, yada, yada. Those people, the Japanese people, don't see them as part of them. They're like, if you're half, you ain't us, honey chill. So it's a hot mess. Yeah. It's and I love to watch those videos because I like to know how people, you can tell a lot about people depending on how they treat other people. So like visitors and stuff like that. So there's a whole thing about, people who are Japanese. I'm gonna play this one for you because this is kind of interesting about this girl who's half Japanese. But yeah, they're a little bit different, honey child. Let me just put it that way. And so genetically, they're also the least diverse as well of like all countries. Like everyone basically looks alike. There's little diversification in their culture, which I think is so interesting. Hold on one second here. I'm going to show you guys a couple of these because this is where you got to travel. You got to travel and experience these things. And I tell you what, I'm not too into, I don't know. I'm not going to knock it. I'm going to try it first. And then we'll see what happens from there. But I am very, very keen to try to experience Japanese culture. And I think it's different when you're a visitor as well versus someone who actually lives in Japan. They get a very different, But sometimes you go to these countries and they be insulting you, and because you don't speak Japanese, you don't even know that they're insulting you. I'm just saying. Hold on one second. I think I've hold on. Oh no. This is let me change this back. One second. All right, I want y'all to see some of these videos because they are very, very interesting. But I still want to go. I still want to experience it. I want to say been there, done that. Can speak to it for myself. Not just going off what somebody else said. Gabby said not everyone is into jewelry and that what town is mostly about. Maybe some need a Marshalls and a TJ Maxx and a Walmart and a Five Below. Not You see, not when you're going on an island. I don't think that is what you even go to islands for. Like, I'm not going, if I want that experience, that now is, folks, when I go to the United States. That's shopping. That's not a vacation. Like, I'm not going to an island to be able to go to Walmart. Simple C says, Sandy must be going to India. You know what? I feel like I was a Buddhist in a previous life. And I would love to go to India, but India is one of the countries that I'm most reserved, other than like the hot spots because of war. So I'm not going to Israel right now, or Lebanon, or any of those people bombing each other, Iran and places like that. But India causes me a lot of reservations because of how they treat women. And if you know that the sexual assault cases and stuff in India are off the chain. Like, they have the highest sexual assault rate probably in the world. And they've it's just horrendous what happens there. Like, it happens to you on public buses, and people feel like they can touch you inappropriately. All sorts of shit goes on in that country that is like next level when it comes to that. Like, I would not feel safe, especially because my husband, although he's Indian, he's not really Indian, right? He not gonna be able to whip out no patois on them and they're gonna know what he's saying. He doesn't speak Hindi or anything like that. I would want to go to India with someone who knows the country very, very well for me to experience, like, have a good experience, I feel like, because you make a wrong turn in Mumbai or whatever. And next thing you know, some guy trying to grab you up and push you in a car. I'm just saying. All right, check this one out. This is interesting. Morton Jordan, he says, I just wanted to update you on the current happenings at Parliament. Joseph Hughes officially the leader of the opposition, and Barbara Connolly is the new deputy leader of the opposition. All right, we'll turn it on here in a second. Good for them. Thank you, Jordan. And we will turn them on here in a second. But check this out.
What's your background?
I am half Black, half Japanese. My mom is from Okinawa and my dad is from Arkansas in the United States. I was born in Chatham, Okinawa, and I was raised in both Busa, Tokyo, and then Texas, America.
Would you raise your kids in Japan?
I would.
Yeah?
I would raise my kids in Japan, not America. Never. I got bullying both in America and Japan, but it was worse in America. So I prefer to raise my kids here when I'm older.
Can you introduce yourself in Japanese?
いいよ。私の名前はメロニです。うちは沖縄とアメリカのハーフです。今アメリカに住んでいるけど、来年日本に戻る。
Yes, I'll mess with her. Cute.
黒人のハーフとして育つっていうのはどうで
So
した
he's actually speaking
when I
from
was in
Japanese.
Bahamas,
These are more
I was called
mixed
more or
Japanese.
less white boy. Then I come to Japan, and then of course I'm darker than everyone.
Identity is full Japanese, so I was so confused. That was tough.
Hey guys, hi there, I'm Takashi from Japan. So today I'm going to interview half Japanese, half black in Japan. Okay, let's get started. Thank you for your time. Can you introduce your background?
Okay, I'm Christy. I was born and raised in Japan. My father is from America, New York. Then my mom's from Nara, Japan.
What was it like to grow up in Japanese countryside as mixed race Japanese person?
There's few foreigners. There's so few, as you know. So like, okay. So when I was a little kid, people see me as a really foreigner, and identity is full Japanese. So I was so confused when I was really young. That was tough. Yeah, that was tough. Until when I was 10 or 10 to 12, I had a bad bullied. Like I used to forget like anything, pencil, textbook, anything. Then if I asked them, like my friend refuses at first time because if I touch it, they said it turns darker. So don't touch it, or it's getting dirty. So I couldn't have any much more friends. But I entered a junior high school. Then
Aww. It's so interesting. Go watch it. All right. Sandy, you just love Miami. Actually, I don't like Miami very much at all, to be honest. I used to hate Miami when I first had to start going there. It's just because it's geographically quicker. You can get more flights and you're in and out very, very quickly. So I tolerate Miami. It's not that I like Miami. Trust and believe me, I do not like Miami. The traffic is horrendous. The airport is horrendous. Constant construction, and nobody there wants to speak English. It's just the convenience of Miami being closed and being able to go shopping is primarily why I go. Gabby asked a very important question. Does the local museum even get any foot traffic? That's a loaded question. And a lot of you have never even been to the museum yourselves. I actually went to the museum, I think last year. We took my daughter there and to show her a little bit of Cayman history and stuff. And there was like nobody else there at the museum on a Saturday. And I'm thinking, where's all the parents who could be taking their children to the museum and making that an experience? So I think that we, even as Caymanians, we do not appreciate a lot of, what we have here to offer. And we don't share it with people. Like, listen, when I have guests come, I try to take them to these things, and it's a good refresher for me. I'm like, let's go to Pedro Castle. Let's go to the museum. Let's go East End, sit down and do the fish and fritter experience. You know what I'm saying? So, there's a lot to be said in terms of that. Philip says, if anything that I'm saying is misinformation, why doesn't Leon Gold grow a pair and come on here and tell us what the misinformation is? Just saying it's misinformation to rile up your group doesn't make it true. I'm man enough to stand corrected. Mr. Leon. What a hot mess. Does he actually have a taxi license now? Why is he in the group? Did he ever properly get a taxi license? Because I know when he was facing his rape allegation, the whole thing was he was never even supposed to be a taxi. He was just taking his mom's car, going out moonlighting as a taxi driver when he didn't have a taxi license and he wasn't vetted by anybody. So has he properly gotten a license now? Sarah says somewhere where the craft folks can properly set up their goods, it must be made in Cayman. Cuba used to have an amazing market with items made from recyclables, artwork, etc. So they can work, rain, or shine. That would get stayovers in town. And to be honest, Sarah, by the way, I love the picture. I have been to that one of the craft markets in Cuba, the one in Havana there. And yes, you can get art and all sorts of stuff. An amazing and beautiful experience for sure. Morning, Jose. Good morning, caller.
Sorry, Sandy. I didn't realize you were still on here.
Yes, my darling.
I'll talk to you another time.
Okay, honey, no problem.
Okay, good day.
Right. You too. Yes, sir. Okay, this lady left her wallet. Please share. Deandra, Radisha, Staple, Gunter. Ooh, honey child, you got enough names. Your wallet has been found. All right, honey child. So I think what I'm going to do, somebody said India isn't for us, girl. My youngest spent 3 weeks in Japan last year and loved it. I think it is a beautiful country for a number of different reasons. But yes. Good morning. Please put this on your bucket list. The dear bow to you. Oh, this is when I go to Japan. Nice. Oh my God. I can't even read that this morning, please. Ugh, that's disgusting. Someone sent this morning. I haven't seen it before. Oh my gosh, these people are so funny. Sandy, when is the house in session? Is it today? Yes, I'm going to switch over the live stream here. Sandy, those fool couple Caymanians out there holding up signs think that the bigger ships coming here will give them more tours via water or road is nothing, because the bigger cruise operators will get all of them. And what will they do then? Like I said, they're not getting to the crux of the problem. And the crux of the problem seems to be that there's some degree of inequity in how people even get cruises, get bookings and stuff like that. The ones who are standing up there with their signs, they are already at a disadvantage. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you, but I think that at the end of the day, that is the issue that really needs to be addressed. And if that is adequately addressed and the pie is being shared properly, then, you know, you'd be complaining less. If you know, 10% of the businesses are getting 80, 90% of the business, and that model doesn't change, whether it's cruise, piers, big ships, small ships, medium-sized ships, whatever, what's the point? Anthony, good morning. I'm glad you go to East and that authentic experience, not just copycat business. Aussie trying something there in Baden Town, enjoying going to East. Yeah. Listen, I love, especially on a weekend, Jimian, good spot. Try to introduce people to him. Got the best conch. I call it a conch chowder. It's a conch soup, but it's more on the chowder side, but like legit the best. So his conch chowder is awesome. You know, depends on what you're in the mood for. Even Herman, he's been out there for a minute doing his little thing. Marlon tends to like his conch soup because it's more of a soup than a cream. I love the other one better. So everybody can get their own. He likes his fritters. I love Miss Karen's fritters from East End. They're made slightly differently. So his is more like, I don't know how to describe it, but hers is more dense. His isn't quite as dense. But you know, nothing like a good fried fish, nice whole fish boil. You dig into that and sit on the beach and make the little breeze just blow through your hair. Fake or natural, don't make no difference. Get that little ocean breeze on your skin. You can taste the water in the air. There's just nothing like it, trust me. So yeah, sometimes, listen, we live on a small island and we don't get to experience these things as much probably as we should. You know, you got to make sure your kids get to enjoy life. So enjoy the authentic elements of what we have to offer here. So my mother-in-law is coming to visit soon as well. So I will take her to some of the local digs when she comes. Because, you know, just like when I go to Jamaica, they want to take me to Hellshire Beach and this where and that where and the whole 9 yards. Did I tell you all the story about Hellshire Beach? My husband claims that the oysters I had there had some aphrodisiac in it because actually I mean, we can't prove that it has anything in it, but that's where the baby was made in Jamaica when we did that trip. And I actually went to Hellshire Beach and had some of the good seafood down there, honey chow. 9 months later, well, 8 months, she came early. Here comes Gigi. So we figured out the dates and we're like, So he's always like, oh, let's go back to Jamaica and have some more. I'm like, no. Don't bother with it. Don't bother with it, honey chow. Good morning, Carla.
Good morning, Sandy.
Hey.
No, I was listening.
How are you?
Show. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Happy. Listen.
Yes, sir.
Sandy, I have a question, and I needed to look. Well, I wouldn't say look into this for me because Rachel would probably think she was happening with this. I've been in this tourism business for 24 years. And let me tell you, we used to make money.
Yes.
When I say used to make money, 3 o'clock we could go home and retire for the day. I'm serious. What I see happening now, it seems like I don't know if I should blame the government for everything, but I'll tell you what. I can't tell the last time that I got a trip from anywhere on 7 Mile Beach to the turtle farm. None of us, in fact. You want me to tell you why?
Why?
They have free shuttle.
Who has free shuttle? Turtle Farm?
Turtle Farm has free highest buses that do free shuttle.
Oh, so nobody has to pay for it.
How is that helping the taxi drivers?
That's what I'm telling you. The business models
the
and things
people fighting for the wrong thing. These transportation people fighting for the wrong thing. And anyhow we get bigger ships and more and pay or whatever. The same thing that happening now will happen then.
Get six buses then.
Thank you. The problem
that's
is
what
not
I'm saying. We need a proper analysis on why it is that people are not making any money and address those issues.
Yes. Everybody seems to have their own shuttle. I notice now, Palm Heights Hotel, they have shuttle too. And coming to the airport, I took a lady from the Palm Heights to the airport, and she was giving me $100 bill. I say, is this for me? She said, yes, that's what they told me. I said, no. The fare is only $27, mom. She said, well, she paid $100 to get from the airport to Palm Heights.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable. And the person that did it, I won't call the name, but it seems like the can of worms got open, and the Palm Heights seems like, okay, if they can get away with charging that, let us get our own shuttle and do that too. Big time ripoff. And those of us that are honest ain't making it.
Wow.
Chandra, I could go on forever. The things that we should be fighting for, we are not.
Yeah.
I am not against a pair, but not in Georgetown. And if a pair should be built, we should have a whole lot of stuff going on before that. If it's not going to fix
the underlying issue, what's the point, really?
Exactly. We sometimes we're at the airport waiting for a fare. The flight land half full, and two taxi drivers leave the airport with a fare. The rest of them go on majestic buses. What the hell?
Wow.
Why is that allowed? And they are tour buses. Why is that allowed? Ritz-Carlton have, I don't know what model they are, but every day they're up here picking people up. Their vehicle license as taxi, but the drivers do not have a taxi license. What's going on? Who's getting paid for all this to happen? And we're sitting at the airport paying $60 per month and hardly making enough to buy gas.
Oh, you have to pay to be at the airport?
Of course.
Okay.
$60 per person every month.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, it's a whole lot of stuff that people don't know.
Trust me.
A whole lot of stuff. But yeah, I just thought I'd leave you with that.
Yes, I appreciate it. That's interesting.
Let me switch a little bit for about 4 minutes. I ain't going to go through more than 4 minutes. Sandra, I remember the days we didn't have deep wells along the West Bay Road. I ain't calling it 7 Mile Beach Road. I'm calling it West Bay Road. And ever since we start getting these deep wells, and the deep wells start to become like massive caves underneath, because we don't know what's going on underneath, but I've seen videos of what happened over time with wave action. Okay? Those deep wells are very close together, and they're intercompressed sand. They go right down to the sea, and the wave action keeps moving, making that hole bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, year after year after year after year. That's evidence. That's a fact. I think that the erosion of 7 Mile Beach is caused by deep wells and canals. The canals that coming from the north zone towards the west. Remember, water finds water, you know. Water finds water. Check Royal Palms. Directly across from Royal Palms is that first tunnel that was built. In order to get the footing for that tunnel, it was a massive hole. And the amount of water that was coming out of that, it took pumps like crazy to pump it out so that the cement could stay there and support the footing. Directly across from Royal Palms. Now, what is that saying to you? Water finding water. Because it's in compressed sand. And when you put marl into water for a long enough time, it dissolves. Once it dissolves, it could move or pour like water itself. It may not make sense to a lot of people, but check it out. Those deep wells along the entire strip of 7 Mile Beach, along with the canal, what's causing the erosion, not the building.
Wow. Thank you so much, sir.
I know a lot of people are hearing what I'm saying, and I know it makes sense.
Yes.
And they better start thinking.
Yes. Wow.
Because when all those holes join together, when God forbid something going to give.
Thank you, my dear.
I leave you right there.
I appreciate it. Another caller coming in. Good morning, caller. I heard Parliament's already on a break. Only 46 people are watching them anyway. But it seems like they're already on a break because what I was trying to decide is if I should pick up the feed because we still have a good 266 people on. So should I just pull in their feed? But I heard they're on a break already. Good morning, caller.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Am I speaking to Sandra, please?
Yes, we're live on the radio.
Oh Lord, I don't know if you can help me. I'm seeking some advice. I bought a phone from Digicel 10th of July, and it's not working, and I bring it back severally. I even went to the head office in town, and they said they're not taking back the phone. I showed them all my problem or whatever. The phone locking off, ma'am. Locking off in the night. When I turn on the phone, it's not, and it's heating. And also a complaint with, all right, make a tell you from the start, ma'am. I bought the phone the 10th of July. When I bought the phone, I asked the lady that sold me the phone, please if she can download WhatsApp on it from, because to be honest, I'm not telling her I don't know much about the phone, about phones. So she sent me over next door over to the technician. When I went over there, the young man told me that it's going to take 2.5 hours to download WhatsApp. I standing there and said, ma'am, could you please step outside? I said, sir,
what kind
you don't
of
have
phone
any
is
other
it?
customer? Samsung.
Okay.
And he said, sir, he said, I must step outside. I said, sir, why am I to step outside? I don't have any more customer. If someone come, I'll kind of step outside. I won't invade that person's privacy. Anyway, about half an hour after that, somebody came in. I stepped out and I went over by Fastazi and sit on the bench. When the person stepped out, like somebody told me something in me, it said, go back to your phone. When I went back to the phone, I said, sir, I trust no man but God. I'm telling you exactly what I said to the man. I trust no man but God. Could you please give me back my phone? I'll go and beg somebody see if they can deal with the phone for me. And like half an hour, the man take to hand me back the phone, ma'am. When and a friend was in there, the friend said, wait, I make them make over a phone. She said, don't you know who to friend? That's what she said. You said, sweetheart, me come in peace and me want whatever in peace. I came back to Digicel, ma'am. I called my husband to verify, said the phone not working.
Okay. When you say it's not working, what's it doing exactly? What does that mean? You're not getting any calls at all? Or?
No, ma'am. The phone that I bought.
Yes.
I testing it, no, ma'am, to call my family back home, my husband. It's not going through. I show it to the lady that I bought it from. She said, when you buy a new phone, it don't definitely work with the chip me card, but SIM card. I said, ma'am, how is that? And it's not the first phone I bought and whatever, I put in the same SIM card in it. Anyway, she changed it and put in it. It's still not working, ma'am. She came over to the technician and spoke to the technician 3 consecutive times, ma'am, but I walk. I said, ma'am, I trust no man, I'm coming with you. And she come over and she talk her language with him. I don't understand what they are saying, ma'am. 3 times, and the last time now when I say, I call a friend of mine now, she living from Prospect. So me tell her whatever I'm having the phone. She said, Miss Fresh, hold on. Let me get to, because somebody phone me borrow and call the number, ma'am. She said, hold on, I'm going to call Sandra. And by the time the girl hear about Sandra, I come over. How much time, and by the time the girl reach here, drive and reach here, ma'am, the phone start, the call going through to my husband. So she said, look here, if the phone not working, we coming back or whatever. And I keep having problem, I keep coming back, mama, and not getting any
so
whatever,
ma'am. So once you mention my name, the phone start to work?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of bamboozling thing is that?
So I don't know what's the problem, ma'am, because the phone was on speaker. The lady that gave me the call, hold the phone and put the phone on speaker so that I could call the lady. The lady didn't give me the phone in her hand. We give her the number and she dialed the number and she hold the phone.
Sounds very suspicious. So the phone stopped working again or what?
Phone, the call could go through to my husband, ma'am. Whenever somebody calls, ma'am, the whole phone screen always black. When I press the side button, the numbers and the date come up, so I have to go into WhatsApp or calling to see whoever calling. At nights, the phone keeping hot, ma'am. My roommate can get a test to that. The phone keep blocking off at nights. Yesterday morning, it after 11, come on. This morning after 9, it come on. Saturday morning, all day, my as God live it. I cry, I say, how can I buy a phone and not getting through to my family? I have to have a book here, my pocket book that I walk with. That if I see anybody on the road or wherever, when I'm coming from work, I have to beg a call because the phone blank. No ticket coming on. I went into town, a young man I spoke to by the name of Davian. He said I must record whatever happened to the phone. And to be honest, I'm telling you what I said. I said something, I said, me go for tell him something about me said, child of God. Me say, forgive me, God. He don't know why I said that because whatever I'm thinking, I know I sin, ma'am. I said, forgive me. I said, okay, sir, I'm ready. I'll go and record that. But on what must I record the phone? Me having the problem, me coming to you. They said it's 1 year warranty on the phone. I'm having the problem, I'm coming to you.
Well, they need to fix it. Oh my God, Miss, excuse me. Breaking news, folks. Hurricane Milton is now a Category 5 storm. Lord Jesus, Lord. Florida, evacuate, run. Oh my God. Category 5 already? Lord Jesus. Sorry, Miss.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, you finished?
Yes, my dear. What a hot mess.
Ma'am, they said that I must go over from here to this to over the technician. When I went over, I saw a sign on the door said the technician have been closed 1st to the 12th. I went in town and not getting anything. I even go to the station to seek advice. They said I must speak to the manager. When I came back out here to the cell, they said the manager is on leave. I said, no, but me cannot work with book to call my family back home. That's not how it should work. I bought this phone to keep connected to me.
All right. Hello.
They said the technician for them.
All right. Listen, my dear. This is what I need you to do for me. All right. Send me on the WhatsApp. Just send me your name and the details of when you purchased the phone, what location, and let me see if I can reach out.
I'm going to take a picture of the receipt.
Okay. All right. Let me see if I can't reach out to someone at Digicel who can get this sorted out for you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I'm going to I'm over to Digicel now, ma'am, so I don't reach home yet to get WhatsApp. But I'm going to take the picture, take out the thing now and take the picture and send it to you, ma'am.
All right, my dear.
Name and everything is on Jeannie Williams.
Okay, no problem. Okay, good. Thank you, my dear. We'll help you get it sorted out.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am, because it is not easy for a woman to work and dash your money like that.
Exactly.
Not exactly dash rate. It's hard.
Yes.
Very hard, mama. Not like rent and everything. It's hard.
Trust me. I know. And when you work hard, you want to get value for your money.
Yes, ma'am. And not from the very time I come back in August. I went in town in last week, Monday, no solution. So I was saying, I go in town and seek some advice from the
Lord Jesus. No, man, these people must fix.
Ma'am, I came back in the same July. She claimed that she have customer. No one wasn't in the place. Me and she, and God was in the world. Did you say store with the security?
All right, they either have to fix the phone or give you a new phone. One out of the two solutions. Yes. All right, darling. We'll help you get it sorted out.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to send the details to you, ma'am.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, ma'am. Williams.
All right, miss. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Sure, ma'am.
Oh, Lord, you hear the woman getting all emotional. These things, yes. I mean, if she doesn't understand what's going on, like she said, she paid her little money. And these phones not cheap nowadays, honey child. So I understand the stress. And listen, when you buy something, it should work. It's as simple as that. And these people sound like they stressed out the woman. Back and forth. All over the place. Such poor customer service. Somebody says this poor lady seems like they switch her phone with an old phone. Well, you see, if she doesn't know any better, I'm wondering. That's what I want to see some information and then maybe look at the phone as well. Cayman Airways still has some flights on the evacuation plane tonight. Y'all need to get out of Florida. If you're a Caymanian student, especially, do not stay in Florida. You don't need to stress post-hurricane. Even if it doesn't directly impact you, that place is going to be a mess. This is a Cat 5 storm, folks. This is some real shit now that hello. It just got realer. Oh my God. What the hell? Oh, I need to call her cousin Mark. Cat 5 coming? They better get on the flight and come too. We got a spare room for you. Oh my God. I can't believe it. Already? It went from a 3 to a 5 just today? Lord Jesus. Maximum sustained winds, 160 miles per hour with higher gusts. Data from the aircraft that just went in shows that the minimum pressure has fallen, which is never a good thing. Whoa. Ay, ay, ay. Run. There are times in life. Hey, my cousin, Marlon, is it that strength now? Yes. Have not looked since morning. Huh? Honey, chill. Have your plan. So Cayman Airways is doing evacuation flights. Big shout out to our national airline. Hello, honey, chill. Apparently the House has taken a break because Barbara and Joey Hugh needed to be sworn in as the new leader and deputy leader of the opposition. This person says Milton must be Jamaican. Coming in strong. OMG. Cal doing evacuation flights. Flight this evening before the airport closes tomorrow. Okay, the House is back now. Y'all want to watch the House proceedings? I sent out a little questionnaire. Let's see. Yeah, y'all seem lukewarm on it. 10 of y'all like, okay. Whatever, we'll watch it. Y'all do not seem to care that much when the House speaks. Y'all need to do better. Thanks. Okay. June to September. What month are we in now? October. Okay. All right. Let's watch the House a little bit. I think they're supposed to get into the whole port situation. Let me see if I can find the live stream. Ooh, honey, chill. Let me see here now. Oh, we got a few more people watching. All right. Let's get it. Hold on. Let me unmute it. Unmute. Yes. All right. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Don't y'all log off now. This is important stuff. Will says I'm not interested. Stock exchange report. Just keep watching, y'all. Behave yourselves. Sorry, 1 second for me. 1 second. Let me grab the audio. I think I did the wrong thing to grab the audio. 1 second.
So ordered. Does the Honorable Minister wish to speak there too?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Section 52(8) of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision, I am pleased to present to this Honorable House the annual report and audited financial statements of the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority for the 12-month ending the 31st of December 2023. The Health Services Authority, or HSA, is a statutory body established as an authority on the 1st of July 2002 under the Health Services Authority law. The purpose of the authority is to provide healthcare services in the Cayman Islands in accordance with the National Health Strategy and Plan prepared by the Cayman Islands government. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, HSA provides primary and secondary care through the 127-bed Cayman Islands Hospital on Grand Cayman, 18-bed Faith Hospital on Cayman Brac, and a host of community-based service facilities such as Smith Road Medical Center, Baytown House, Georgetown General Practice Clinic, West Bay Health Center, Bodentown Health Center, East End Health Center, Northside Health Center, Public Health Department, Lions Eye Clinic, Georgetown Dental Clinic, Marin's Dental Clinic, Cayman Brac Dental Clinic, and Little Cayman Clinic. Beginning by outlining the highlights of the 2023 annual report, Mr. Speaker, there are 5 strategic priorities which guides the authority's mission to provide the highest quality of healthcare and improve the well-being of the people of the Cayman Islands through accessible, sustainable, and patient-focused services. Strategic priority 1 relates to patient and staff experience. The authority, Mr. Speaker, continued their journey towards achieving Joint Commission International JCI accreditation, focusing on safety, quality of care, infection control, and medication management. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to once again congratulate the Health Services Authority for achieving the JCI accreditation in May of 2023. HSA also expanded their patient services department to include a dedicated call center team to promote access and make navigating services much easier. They implemented purposeful hourly rounding, which is a proactive approach to patient care that includes nurses checking in on their patients at least once every hour, checking 4 critical aspects of care: pain, positioning, personal needs, and proximity of personal items. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to announce that HSA achieved 88.5% satisfaction rating across all departments in 2023, following patient surveys up from 85.9% the previous year. Strategic priority 2 relates to clinical capabilities and core services. HSA offers the most comprehensive healthcare with 53 core services ranging from neonatal intensive care to geriatrics. In fact, last year, HSA introduced geriatric medical care to address the needs of our aging Caymanian population to ensure that they have access to specialist care when they need it. In 2023, HSA acquired radio frequency ablation, or RFA, which is a cutting-edge medical technology that offers minimal invasive alternatives treatments to patients and help with pain management. RFA is one type of treatment for cancer that uses heat to kill cancer cells, control their growth, or control symptoms. Mr. Speaker, as you will be aware, mental health is a growing concern in our community, especially amongst our children and young people. They need access to spaces that are appropriate and child-friendly. In conjunction with the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the Alex Panton Foundation, Alex's Place, the Youth Mental Health Hub, was launched in January of 2023. It provides support to residents ages 10 to 20 from Monday to Friday for now. The HSA increased their clinical capabilities in dental care and saw nearly 10,000 more visits when compared to 2022. That saw 27,906 visits in 2022 compared to 37,861 visits in 2023, which also boosted HSA's revenues. I am pleased to announce, Mr. Speaker, that the authority won 7 awards in the Best of Cayman Islands 2023 awards. They won gold for Best Chiropractor, Oncologist, Occupational Therapy, and Urgent Care Walk-in Clinic, and silver for Behavioral Mental Health Treatment, Pediatrician, and Speech Therapy. Waiting times in general practice have decreased by 10% between triage and consultation, improving patient access to primary care and possibly impacting on a reduction in need for secondary levels of care. Mr. Speaker, additional initiatives that progressed in 2023 to improve access to care and services included expanding capacity at the Smith Road Medical Center by introducing additional clinics on Saturdays. This initiative helped to support an additional 2,477 patients who may have otherwise not been able to attend clinics during the typical working week. The emergency room operations included an additional 5 nurses for triage, 6 registered nurses, and 3 healthcare assistants. By increasing clinical capacity and extending operating room procedures for an additional week in December, the HSA was also able to complete an additional 48 surgical procedures, including 18 medical procedures prior to the Christmas holidays, which I am sure contributed positively to patients' peace of mind during the holidays. Strategic priority 3 is talent attraction and retention. And this speaks to the government's first strategic broad outcome, which is including quality of life for Caymanians. Not only is the HSA improving lives through the provision of services, it also improving quality of life through employment opportunities. The HSA continues to be one of the highest single employers in the Cayman Islands, with almost 1,200 employees, of whom I am proud to say, Mr. Speaker, over 52% are Caymanians. We look at the new cohort of clinical staff, and over 50% of these new hires are Caymanians. In 2023, a new director of nursing, Dr. Sharon Radcliffe, was appointed with over 30 years' experience. A total of 63 colleagues were promoted, 37 of whom are Caymanians, including the appointment of Ms. Rachel Sutherland to the senior management position of Director of Support Services. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, the authority is focused on employing and upskilling a Caymanian healthcare workforce and ensuring that our people have a bright future in healthcare. The authority carried out an institutional upskilling of staff from housekeeping to frontline staff, doctors, nurses, allied health professionals, and administrative staff to learn about best practices, patient-centered care, and maintaining a safe environment. There was also $2 million allocation to continuing education opportunities. Medical professionals also have access to the latest knowledge and technologies. Strategic priority 4 relates to infrastructure. To improve service delivery and the HSA commitment to transformation, in 2023, operating theaters in Grand Cayman and Kimmebrack were renovated, and the A&E was expanded to meet increasing need, all while providing 24/7 care. HSA expanded clinical capacities by reallocating the administration team to Citrus Grove, allowing for greater expansion of bed capacity at the hospital. They also converted the previous orthopedic department into consultation room for expanding needs of urgent care. The main hospital and district clinics were repainted, and the nursing stations were replaced by designing them to cater to ergonomic needs of staff. On Little Cayman, a standby generator was donated by the R3 Cayman Foundation to the Health Center to help ensure uninterrupted power supply during hurricane season. Strategic priority 5 is technology, which helps to drive efficiency and provide patient-centered care. Mr. Speaker, 2023 saw the full integration of Oracle Fusion to ensure a cohesive interface with the existing Cerner system. Barcode scanning capabilities were introduced to optimize inventory management and reduce errors in medication administration. The integration also enables comprehensive patient data management, improving clinical decision support and overall workflow efficiencies. Implementing Cerner also enables patients to access the online payment portal and receive emails reminding them of appointments, reducing missed appointment rates. Moving to our sister islands, Mr. Speaker, a top priority is to improve access to care and service both in the BRAC and Little Cayman. The following upgrades and initiatives were carried out in 2023. They are JCI accreditation for both Faith Hospital and Little Cayman Health Center, renovation of the operating theater at Faith Hospital, a new clinical rotation program between Faith Hospital and the main campus to foster professional development and collaboration among healthcare providers. The public health and community health services were relocated to the medical wing at Aston Rutty Center, providing a dedicated space for these services with capacity to expand. A new dedicated registered nurse for community health to expand the home visits offer to patients in Cayman Brac. A full-time psychologist and community psychology nurse to enhance behavioral health services, offering more comprehensive mental health care, and in response to a growing need, a second dialysis nurse was employed to ensure increasing demand for dialysis services can be met. A visiting nephrologist also cares for patients in Cayman Brac so that they do not have to travel to Grand Cayman at all. Turning our attention now, Mr. Speaker, to public health. In 2023, HSA worked closely with the Ministry of Health and Wellness to develop a registry for non-communicable disease, a critical tool to guide public health policies, identifying trends, and allocate resources more effectively. Health promotion activities address the health implications of smoking, the importance of a balanced and nutritious diet, the management and prevention of diabetes, the risks related to hypertension and other chronic diseases. The authority administered over 3,200 doses of the influenza vaccine and rolled out effective vaccination programs that contributed significantly to controlling diseases such as tuberculosis and COVID-19. By collaborating with the Mosquito Research and Control Unit, MRCU, the Department of Environmental Health, DEH, and the Cayman Islands Molecular Biology Lab, HSA effectively managed vector-borne diseases like dengue fever. I would like to provide a snapshot of HSA's achievements in 2023, Mr. Speaker, as they play an indelible role in our community. These were the integration of advanced technologies, inpatient care, and experience, benchmarking of operations against international standards with the achievement of JCI accreditation, the introduction of new specialist services, meeting demands of innovation and specialist healthcare among a growing population, and going above and beyond in the execution of HSA's mandate. Turning our attention now to HSA's audited financial statements for 2023. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform the public and members of this House that the Auditor General's report for the audited financial statements presented an unqualified opinion on HSA's financial statements for the period ending the 31st of December 2023. In other words, the financial statement presents fairly, in all material aspects. Furthermore, the financial position of the authority as of the 31st of December 2023, its financial performance and its cash flows for that year were in accordance with international financial reporting standards. It was declared that the authority recorded a total revenue of $176,807,029 from the government's program, patient service fees, and other sources. Additionally, the total operating expenditures reported were $183,899,254 and reported a net loss of $7,092,225. Mr. Speaker, the total current assets as of the 31st of December 2023 were reported at $111,702,038, and the fixed assets were $108,487,248. The authority also reported total assets of $224,121,305 and total liabilities of $265,422,365. The net equity was reported at $41,301,060 compared to the period ending December 2023. Importantly, authority ended the fiscal year with a cash balance of $24,141,844. Mr. Speaker, while we should expect no less from any other statutory authorities, the HSA should be applauded for achieving another clean audit opinion, 5 consecutive years on its 2023 financial statements. I am sure you will agree that we look forward to witnessing this upward trend. Mr. Speaker, there was one emphasis of matter in the Auditor General's 2023 report. The Auditor General draws attention to Note 25, Going Concern Considerations, which state that the recognition of post-retirement health liability resulted in a net liability of $41.3 million in the statement of the financial position. This event raised a substantial doubt relating to HSA's ability to continue as an ongoing concern. Note 25 also explains a series of action plans taken by management to alleviate this concern. The Auditor General's opinion is not modified in respect of this matter. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, the leadership of the Health Services Authority continues to monitor and manage the risks resulting from annual accrual validations. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the Health Services Authority for their achievements in 2023 and publicly thank the Board of Directors and management for their hard work and perseverance in producing this report in the high standard required to receive an unqualified opinion. As always, Mr. Speaker, I invite members of this honorable House and the public to review these reports in further detail. A health system is only as good as the care it provides, and every employee of the HSAs plays a role in doing just that, and they have my gratitude. Allow me to applaud the HSA on the sterling contributions and their tremendous progress made over the year, enduring to improve and enhance services for our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Ministry of Home Affairs, Cayman Islands Government, 2023 Annual Report for the period 1st of January to 31st of December 2023, to be laid on the table by the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I beg to lay on the table of this honorable House the Cayman Islands Government 2023 Annual Report for Home Affairs, period 1st of January 2023 to the 31st of December 2023.
So ordered. Does the Honorable Minister wish to speak there too?
Very briefly on this one. Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity to offer brief remarks on the 2023 Annual Report for the Ministry of Home Affairs. This report provides a comprehensive overview of the strategic initiatives and key operational activities that were carried out over the period of the 1st of January 2023 to the 31st of December 2023 by Ministry's 6 esteemed departments, these departments being the Department of Public Safety Communications, the Department of Community Rehabilitation, the Cayman Islands Regiment, the Cayman Islands Cadet Corps, the Cayman Islands Fire Service, and His Majesty Cayman Islands Prison Service. Mr. Speaker, throughout 2023, we faced numerous challenges, yet achieved remarkable milestone in the strengthening of our national resilience. In such times, we are reminded by author and former U.S. serviceman, that's Jocko Wilkin, that I quote, as a leader, you have to balance the dichotomy to be resolute where it matters, but never inflexible and uncompromising on matters of little importance to the overall good of the team and the strategic mission, unquote. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the ministry remained adaptable and responsive to change as we sought to manage and understand a variety of complex issues from evolving gang-related issues to natural disasters. Our aim was to apply a robust, coordinated, and sustainable solutions. Ultimately, as the 2023 annual report reflects, we have established that the enduring vision of the Ministry of Home Affairs is to help build a safer, more resilient Cayman Islands. And so it is through these lenses that we are responding to an increasingly diverse set of public safety risks. At the same time, the report demonstrates that we are eager to pursue new opportunities and break new ground as needed in order to advance public safety. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, the 2023 annual report shows how the ministry pursued particular strategic initiatives through each of our departments, with the goal of delivering impactful public safety outcomes. Mr. Speaker, over the period, the ministry delivered on important policy decisions that resulted in, among other things, funding for the creation of additional firefighter posts to meet emergency response demands, deployment of additional national CCTV cameras to support the police in tackling serious criminal activities, and enhance offender management operations. Mr. Speaker, we also took the strategic decision to provide funding for the purchase of a maritime training vessel for the Cadet Corps. And at the same time, we forged new relationships with the uniformed services, all with a vision to create public safety career pathways for our cadets. As I said, Mr. Speaker, we are aiming for impactful outcomes within the criminal justice sphere of our operations. The joined-up service delivery between the Prison Service and the Department of Community Rehabilitation has become a model for other jurisdictions. In collaboration with their partner agencies, including the Police Service, Counseling Service, and the courts, the 2023 report highlights the ways with DCR and the prison services are seeking to progress a whole of society approach to rehabilitation and reintegration. Mr. Speaker, the report also speaks to the emergency operations side of our business, highlighting that deliberate focus is being placed on improving response capabilities through multi-agency training and implementation of cutting-edge technology. In particular, we are aiming to enhancing sustainable awareness, and not only for our own departments, but also for our partners, including the Police Service, Coast Guard, and Customs and Border Control. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I wish to thank all of our staff in the core ministry and across the 6 departments. As evidenced in this report, the work of Home Affairs directly contributes to national security and is pivotal to the functioning of our society. I must therefore commend our incredible public safety professionals whose collective work underpins the safety and stability that we continue to enjoy and on which we build into the future. Indeed, this 2023 annual report reflects to ministry that is fully engaged enthusiasm, and their dedication to delivering on a vision of building a safer, more resilient Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to therefore being able to provide additional statement during this sitting, which will serve as a further update on the strategic initiatives and outcomes currently being pursued on the heels of our 2023 deliverables. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Cayman Islands Central Planning Authority and Development Control Board 2022 Annual Report to be laid on the table by the Honorable Minister of Planning.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table this Honorable House the Cayman Islands Central Planning Authority Development Control Board 2022 Annual Report.
So ordered. Does the Honorable Minister wish to speak there too?
No, sir. It's self-explanatory, and I encourage everybody to read it.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, Cayman Islands Government Annual Report 2022, Recovery and Resilience, to be laid on the table by the Honorable Minister of Planning.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on this Honorable House
Not on the House, just the table.
Or on the table, sorry. Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Cayman Islands Government Annual Report 2022, Recovery and Resilience.
So ordered. Does the Honorable Minister wish to speak there too?
Again, sir, it is self-explanatory, and I encourage everybody to read it.
Very well.
Financial Reporting Authority 2023 Annual Report, Cayman Islands Government Portfolio of Legal Affairs, to be laid on the table by the Honorable Attorney General.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of this House the Financial Reporting Authority 2023 Annual Report.
So ordered. Does the Honorable Attorney General wish to speak there too?
Mr. Speaker, yes, with your leave, thank you. Mr. Speaker, as an administrative financial intelligence unit, the Financial Reporting Authority is responsible for receiving, requesting, analyzing, and disseminating financial information disclosures concerning proceeds of criminal conduct or suspected proceeds of criminal conduct. Domestically, Mr. Speaker, the investigation of financial crime, of course, and any associated offenses fall under the ambit of the relevant law enforcement agencies. But during the relevant period, Mr. Speaker, the FRA received 1,501 cases comprising 1,290 suspicious activity reports from 292 reporting entities. It also received 129 requests for information and 47 voluntary disclosures from 47 overseas financial intelligence units. Mr. Speaker, it also had 35 requests for information from local law enforcement agencies. The number of cases received decreased by 5% compared to the number of cases received during the 2022 period, which was 1,501 versus 1,586. Mr. Speaker, sources of SARS, sources of these suspicious activity reports, banks regained their spot as the largest source of cases with some 392 cases or 26%. Then we had virtual asset service providers, 282 cases or 19%, followed by overseas financial intelligence unit, 176 cases or 12%. Investment funds, 130 cases or 9%. Company managers or corporate service providers, 110 reports or 7%. Mutual fund administrators, 76 cases, or 5%. Securities licensees, 56 cases, or 4%. Lawyers, 55 cases, or 4%. Insurance business, 40 cases, or 3%. Trust companies, 31 cases, or 2%. And money transmitters, 31 cases, or 2%. Reason for suspicion. Mr. Speaker, 2023 was the third year that multiple reasons for suspicions for each case could be tracked. 2,668 reasons for suspicions were recorded. And the 7 most common reasons for cases received were suspicious activity, 1,005 cases, or 67%. There were 720 cases of suspicious fraud, 48%. Money laundering, 235 cases, or 16%. Sanctions, Mr. Speaker, 121 cases, or 8%. There were 81 cases of declined business, or 5%. And tax evasion, there were 78 cases, suspicious cases, or 5%. Corruption, there were 76 cases, or 5%. Mr. Speaker, during the reporting period, the FRA performed initial analysis on 1,492 cases. It also issued 217 directives pursuant to Section 42C of the Proceeds of Crime Act in order to amplify or clarify information that has been received by the FRA or to respond to requests from Overseas Financial Intelligence Unit. The FRA itself also made 38 requests for information to Overseas Financial Intelligence Unit, primarily to assist local law enforcement agencies with their investigations, Mr. Speaker. The FRA closed 1,133 cases during the reporting period, resulted in 379 disclosures to local law enforcement agencies or competent authorities. Mr. Speaker, during the reporting period, the FRA exercised its powers under Section 42B of the Proceeds of Crime Act on 4 occasions to obtain an order from the court in order to order an entity to refrain from dealing with a person's account for as much as up to 21 days, I'm sorry. The assets impacted in these accounts were US $1.8 million. Mr. Speaker, Russian sanctions. The Russian invasion of Ukraine on 24 February 2022 led to an unprecedented number of sanctions being imposed by the United Kingdom and other countries, and Russia in terms of size, scale, and of course, complexity. As a result, so it was a very challenging year for the Financial Reporting Authority as it relates to sanctions implementation in the Cayman Islands. Between February and December 2022, there were 17 amendments with 1 revocation covering various measures to the UK-Russian sanctions, EU exit regulations. Of these, 14 of these amendments were extended to the Cayman Islands in 2022. Mr. Speaker, between 1st of March and the 31st of December 2022, a total of 1,030 compliance reporting forms were received by the FRA related to Russian sanctions regime. A total of approximately US $8.8 billion and European and euros 298.6 million were impacted by some of these actions taken by the FRA. Mr. Speaker, the FRA has also seen a significant increase in license application and queries received under the Russian sanction regime. 21 or 22 formal applications were received, the majority of which were made under the extraordinary situation and prior obligation licensing grounds. These are, Mr. Speaker, where assets are frozen or their ongoing activity, and the firm, law firm or accounting firm or whatever it is, need permission to deal with the asset, notwithstanding the fact that it is subject to sanctions. They can be granted a license to carry out limited activities. The Cayman Islands has adopted a robust and comprehensive response to the imposition of the new Russian sanctions measures. Of note, Mr. Speaker, in March 2022, a joint task force on Russia comprising representatives from 11 ministries, offices, portfolios, and agencies was formed to coordinate, identify, and implement policy amendments in order to implement the Russia sanctions regime. The director of the Financial Reporting Authority, Mr. R.J. Berry, is the chair of the task force, and the sanctions coordinator is also a member. The primary purpose of the task force is to provide centralized discussions and decisions around policy and communications arising from the ongoing sanctions. The task force met numerous times during 2022, meeting weekly initially, and of course, now meet every 2 weeks later in the year, and if necessary, more often. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Director of the Financial Reporting Authority, Mr. Robert Berry, aka RJ Berry, and his dedicated staff for the excellent and exemplary work. I thank you.
Very well.
Questions to honorable ministers and members of the cabinet?
Given the hour, I invite the Honorable Premier to move the suspension of Standing Order 23-7 in order that questions may be asked of ministers after the hour of 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the suspension of Standing Order 7 and 8 to allow the questions to commence beyond the hour of 11 a.m.
The motion has been duly moved. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Standing Orders 23-7 and 8 are accordingly suspended.
Elected member for Georgetown East to ask the Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports, and Heritage. Question number 1.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 1, standing in my name, to ask the Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports, and Heritage. Can the Honorable Minister provide details of the delegation that accompanied him to the Paris Olympics, including the duration of their stay, cost per person, and the tangible benefits this trip brought to the Caymanian people? Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Youth, Sports, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just before I answer the question from the Honorable Member, I'd like to say that it's my honor and responsibility to have attended and supported our athletes. And I also want to take this opportunity to again congratulate Julian Crooks, Jordan Crooks, Charlotte Webster, and Devontae Howell for representing the Cayman Islands in an incredible way, and thank them for the way they filled our country with so much pride, excitement, and made us truly Caymanian proud. Mr. Speaker, the answer. In all instances possible, the minister and or representatives responsible for the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Heritage attends and supports initiatives and events relevant to these subject matters locally and internationally, including the Olympics. The ministry delegation that attended the 2024 Olympics in Paris was the Honorable Minister Rankin and the Deputy Chief Officer with oversight of sports. The Honorable Minister traveled from the 27th of July to the 5th of August 24 at a cost of $17,655.46. And the Deputy Chief Officer traveled from 20th of July to the 5th of August at a cost of $12,520.17. The key benefits of the trips were the opportunity for the Minister and the DCO to provide encouragement and support to the athletes attending the Olympics, the ability for the Minister to develop closer professional partnerships with ministers and representatives from other jurisdictions, and the DCO attendance at the Ministerial Forum Sports Conference held by UNESCO, which proved to be informative and beneficial for the future enhancements of sports in the Cayman Islands.
Thank you. Supplementaries? No supplementaries. Question time is finished.
Statements by the honorable ministers and members of the cabinet.
I received 4 statements this morning, but I regret I haven't had a chance to consider them, so I will defer them to the next sitting.
Personal explanations.
None.
Obituary and other ceremonial speeches.
I have received notice from the former leader of the opposition, the current leader of the opposition, and the honorable deputy leader of the opposition of their wish to make short speeches on the occasion of the appointment of the new leadership team for the opposition. The honorable former leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Cayman is on the brink of something extraordinary. Change is in the air. But unlike the uncertainty that has plagued us over the last 3 years, today marks the beginning of intentional, purposeful change led by a unified People's Progressives movement. It has been my honor to lead the PPM through times of challenge and triumph. We have navigated turbulent times, turbulent waters, and reached new heights, always with a vision for a Cayman that serves all its people. But even as we've built a foundation of strength, there comes a time when every movement must look ahead, embrace renewal, and prepare for what is next. The transition we all witness today is a testament to our strength, our vision, and our readiness to embrace change. It is not a departure from our core values, but a reaffirmation that we are a living, breathing movement, one that evolves, adapts, and rises to meet the needs of every Caymanian. I pass this mantle to my friend and colleague, the member for Georgetown North, with full confidence in his ability to lead us into this new era. He represents the very best of what our party aspires to be, a blend of fresh thinking, unwavering energy, and a deep, heartfelt connection to our people. He brings a dynamic vision that will propel us forward while still honoring the legacy and principles that have defined us. He is stepping into a role at a very pivotal moment. Things are about to get interesting, and that's precisely what our Cayman needs: a leader unafraid to challenge the norm, to innovate, and push for the changes that will ensure our islands not only survive, but thrive. Mr. Speaker, as I continue to serve in Parliament, my commitment to our shared mission remains steadfast. I will be there, not as the leader, but as a partner, ready to support, guide, and lend my experience whenever needed. The torch I pass today is not an end, but it is a beginning, a signal that the PPM is more than ready to face whatever lies ahead, and we are not afraid to do so. To my fellow Caymanians, I urge you to rally behind our new leader, and together we will continue to build a Cayman that stands as a beacon of hope and progress for all. Today, it isn't just about changing the leader of the opposition, it's about embarking on a journey of renewal, innovation, and boundless potential. I have no doubt that our party will not only endure, but flourish in ways we have yet to imagine. To my fellow progressives, I thank you for your unwavering trust, your unyielding support, and for being part of this journey. Let us move forward united and resolute, ready to embrace the changes that will define a brighter, stronger Cayman. May God continue to bless the PPM, and may he continue to guide and protect these beautiful Cayman Islands we all call home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cayman is on the brink of transformation. We stand at the start of a new chapter, one that will be written by the hands of every Caymanian, fueled by our courage, our unity, and our unwavering will to rise together. Honorable Speaker, esteemed members of Parliament, my fellow Caymanians. Today, I stand before you not just as a new leader of the opposition, but as a dedicated servant of these islands, of every man, woman, and child who calls Cayman home. The role I accept is more than a position. It is a responsibility. It is a call to action, a call to protect the soul of our nation and secure the future that we all deserve. We owe a profound debt of gratitude to the Honorable Roy McTaggart. His leadership has been a guiding light through some turbulent times. Your dedication and steadfast hand have set a path that we are committed to honoring and building upon. And now, as we face new challenges, we step forward with the strength, vision, and boldness that our people demand and deserve. I'm also, Mr. Speaker, likewise honored to welcome my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Georgetown South, as the new Deputy Leader of the Opposition. She has been a loyal and invaluable member of the People's Progressive Movement since 2002, playing key roles in shaping our party's direction. And with her impressive career in financial services and her experience in various parliamentary roles since being elected in 2017, which including a time as Parliamentary Secretary for Education, Youth and Finance, and now as Shadow Minister for Education and Social Development. Barbara brings immense expertise to this position. Her appointment today is truly historic, as she becomes the first woman to hold this office, and I have no doubt her leadership